me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
I'ma jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'ma jump from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have you all. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have you all. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling, and right now we're beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fight defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th. With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
引起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
The regulars are back in the Sunday special here in WRLA. Everybody, we are here, and these are the games that we have for today. Not a lot of APAC teams right now, but we still have KT.RY later on. But there's a lot of great games that we have in here for today. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Otlus.
Welcome back to the Sunday special, in where we will have our featured matchup come our second series. And I know that there's a lot of Wild Rift Esports action happening today, right, Dash?
Yep, lots of Wild Rift Esports. There's SEA Games happening, there's this tournament happening, so there's a lot of content for everybody out there, which is why, everybody, are you excited? This is how the Wild Rift scene is right now, and there's a lot in store for us.
Exactly, and now, speaking of the matchups that we have for today, the first match will be between Rare Atom going against J-Team. The second matchup is going to be our featured matchup. Number 1 team from China, number 1 team from APAC. Woo! Gives me chills right now. Woo, right? And then match number 3 will be between FPX, WRL Season 1 winner versus Nova Esports, the Icons Global winner.
Yeah, and look at the standings from yesterday, the last games that we had. We have KBG still at the top inside of the Chinese conference, and the Rare Atom still at the bottom for their side. Team still at the top 4, really good contenders for the top, but still it is going to be far, far away. I'm just sad to see EDG now in the 7th place. They were on the top 4 before.
Sure. 4 series losing streak or 3 series losing streak, and now EDG is at the bottom half of the standings. Just 1 win above 500, right? But we are going to look into the standings of APAC, of course, with one team with the number 1 team being Seoul's KT.RY. In fact, they also have the most games of all the Korean teams, or of all the APAC teams, I mean. And this is going to be their 8th series already, right? Which means to say that, yeah, moving forward in the next few weeks, we will see less of KT.RY and more of the other teams.
Yeah, and KT.RY has a lot of games, honestly, and I'm excited to see their second match that's coming up, or rather their 8th match coming up later on, because again, that would determine the difference between the Chinese conference and the APAC conference, because team at the top versus team at the top. Before, it was EDG was at the top, but because they lost now on the loss streak, they're not the top team anymore. KBG is the real top dog here in the Chinese conference.
Right. Earlier than expected, I guess, is what I wanted to say for KBG's dominance, because at least in the previous seasons, we have seen them just, pace it and really scale up at the end of the tournament. But we're going we're going to move forward to Rare Atom's lineup, in where we will be seeing the standard lineup. Finally, no more experimentation this time. Rocky and Morty will be manning the jungle and the Baron, with Irma, the veteran, in the mid lane, and Yuri and Max in the bot lane.
Yeah, I hope that Rare Atom finds their ground right now in the tournament, because so far they have been experimenting a lot. I think at this point they need to think about what they're gonna do moving forward with a team. No more experimentations, at least go for the classic matchups. Or I think that could be one of the things that they could do as a team. Maybe they're the experimental team, maybe that's their way of getting into the top. But here, J-Team, one of the best teams that we have here, the most mechanical team that we have in this tournament overall.
Yeah, I mean, most academic, right? Yeah, they're going to approach the game with a certain flow to their win conditions. We'll check them one by one en route to a win, en route to a 2-0. And we're looking at the stats. I guess we just have to focus on the bottom part of the things here, because you
honestly,
see
it's
that
unfair
Rare
at this point.
Exactly. Like the blue side for J-Team, 9 out of 12 wins. Meanwhile, 0 wins for Rare Atom. And then on the red side, J-Team is still performing well. This is quite kind of expected, because of how big of a difference there are in the standings between these two teams.
Yeah.
This is still going to be a David versus Goliath matchup because we all know that J Team has really cemented themselves as one of the better teams here in China. Meanwhile, Rare Atom is still trying to find their groove.
Yeah, and again, it's still one of the problems here of Rare Atom is for them to find their groove. Until now, we're still almost halfway there in the tournament, and they haven't still got that. They've been fighting against a lot of strong teams, which is nice. I hope that when they fight against the APAC conference teams, they would be able to bounce back and get their record up there. So that is something that I want to see from Rare Atom. But right now, they have one of their bigger challenges. J Team, this is at this point, it's gonna be hard for Rare Atom to find their footing, but as long as they fight teams that are on the lower echelons together with themselves and get a win, maybe that's their way, their ticket to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and there's really no way to avoid the top teams. One way or another, you will have to face them.
Yeah.
And one way or another, you will have to improve by a whole lot and maybe snag a game or two, right? In this current format that we have, Dash, every win really counts, especially if you are on the bottom end of the standings. The magic number for the Chinese teams is number 8. So as long as you get to reach the top 8 spot in the Chinese conference, that you will be included or you will be qualified to the playoff stage. Now, I want to talk about J Team here, Dash, because again, we dub them as very academic team, a very studied team, right? And every single time I see them play, I always look at the minimap. Why? Because of the way they control the vision. Their vision game is definitely number 1 in my eyes here in this league.
Yeah, usually they don't make any mistakes because they have all the information that they need, and that is one of the things that you see on J Team. Yes, they trade some objectives, they trade some towers, but when you look at the map every time for J Team, they find a way to get another objective together with that loss, which is why J Team is such a headache to deal with, because they're not going to be sacrificing something without getting something in return, and that's what I like about this team. Yes, people have been deeming them as one of the boring teams, but again, let's take a look at this, the introduction for
Michelle!
She's back! Or maybe I'm just late.
No, she's all there is a series of rotation, but let's listen in on Michelle.
Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. As the opening, we're gonna have Rare Atom versus J Team. Rare Atom is battling upstream. Can they beat the challenge? And J Team has faced ahead. Can they go on with their strong performance? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Rare Atom and J Team.
Oh!
老师，我觉得你说的对，但老师，今天我能在舞台上玩，你能吗？
The mic steal, everybody. The mic steal. You know what? This is... Oh, there you go.
This team.
Look at Barry all smiling now.
Our guildmate.
He's our guildmate.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。
All I can say though, I'm always in awe of these
J-Team,
hosts that they
128.
have here in the
Right.
in this stage, because this hosts, they switch from one language to another, and
Yeah.
it's always great to see.
接下来让我们
And
有
I
请
think
双
that's the
方
reason
打
why
野
I
选手
think
登
it's
场。
better for us
In the
casters to
jungle,
let
RA
them
Morty,
Yeah.
J-Team 0711.
have their spot because they also speak the English language, right?
That's true. It's always nice to see when Morty all
接下来有
smiling
请
right
双
now.
方
I
中
haven't
路
seen
选
him
手
all
登场。
smiling, all happy.
And the
Maybe it's a good
million
day for
RA
Ragata. Maybe it's a
J-Team,
day
yes.
that they could snag a win against JT.
They all really have the right Irma's presence. We haven't seen their supposed mid laner,
接下来有请
KF
双
Panda,
方射手
or
选手登场。
pronounced as
In
Kung
the
Fu
dual lane,
Panda.
RA Yuri,
It's actually a shame that we haven't seen him play. And for good reason, because Irma is one of the veterans in the league, was originally part of the roster of OMG, has now transitioned to Rare
最后
Atom,
让我
and
们有
is
请双
now
方辅助
their
选手登场。
solid anchor
And the
in the
support,
mid lane.
RA
But
Max,
if there's like
J-Team,
one
KT.RY.
player from Rare Atom that I really want to see pop off, that's Yuri, the Dragon Leader.
Yeah. Yuri has been really great, especially when it comes to
再次欢迎两支战队
experimentation. He's
有请
always
进入
open
对战系
to
进行
picking
准
up
备。
champions
All
that
the
he
players are getting
doesn't
ready.
usually
Let's
go
step
for,
into the wild.
which is why this guy has a lot of that versatility for the team. I want to see who's going to be going for the 1v1s, because I'm kind of tired seeing later on in the next match. I'm kind of tired seeing KBG just going for unrun every time.
Unrun? That
Yeah.
should always be unrun, man. I want him to have a flawless run of 1v1s. For this match, though, it's going to be Morty and Yetzi as our 1v1 aficionados. But we have some stats for everyone to see. This is the head-to-head between Yuri and Barry. And man, again, speaking of Yuri, he's been one of the most stable factor for Rare Atom. Has been very good in his positioning, is always able to deal a huge amount of damage. But in contention of the best Dragon Laner spot is Barry on the other side. I mean, look at that KDA, dude. 8.42.
Honestly, at this point, when we talk about Rare Atom, I don't really want to talk about the KDA anymore, because it's kind of unfair, because they're losing a lot of games, and that's why their KDA is not going to be that high. But again, it's Barry. Barry is such a great
good.
player. Also, he's so good. He's so good. But here, let's take a look at the 1v1s. Yetzi and Morty. Oh, wait. What champions do we have right now? Oh, interesting. I like this better. I like this champions that we have.
Let me guide you through what happened yesterday, okay?
Yeah.
So yesterday, we have seen Kennen pick twice. One was a matchup between the Kennen and the Lee Sin, in where the Kennen on hit was able to win. There was another matchup between Kennen and Zoe, in where Zoe was able to win, of course. Like, that's a Zoe, blah, blah, blah.
Unexpected, yeah.
Yeah, but now... and I think, yeah... If I remember correctly, series number 1 was a Lucian mirror matchup. So we're also going to enter a mirror matchup this time around. It's going to be kicks after kicks, because it's Lee Sin versus Lee Sin.
I'm kind of liking that they're slowly transitioning out the Bruisers fighters in this 1v1s. Because, man, you're going to pick the Bruisers for sure. If the Bruisers are there, they're going to be the best 1v1 champions. And Illusion, maybe, would be one of the best 1v1 champions. But we're still on a Lee Sin. We're back to the classics. Adding the Lee Sin on a 1v1. I think this is way better. At least the Lee Sin has a lot more mechanics to it. And most of the time, this 1v1s, people are just having fun. That's why they go for this mirror matchups.
Lee Sin versus Lee Sin mirror matchup. Oftentimes, when we see this, logically speaking, you would max out S3, right? Not really S1. Because by going for S3, you would have that AoE damage that could also give you the advantage in farming the minions. Right? In getting the damage through the minions, because it's a lot easier to hit your S1s or Sonic Waves with all the minions cleared out. So it's going to be interesting to see what will be the skill prioritization for both these players, but this is definitely one of the matches that I'm so excited to see.
Yeah, and I want to agree with you on the maxing S3 Tempest, because it's really easier to hit and also has a great damage scaling too. I just want to see the itemization of both of them. Are they going to be respecting each other, or are they just going to be going full damage? I would go for full damage, because that's the more fun version of this game.
S3, S2, and then just level 1 S1. That's how I would do it. But I'm not a pro player, so they could have some other read in this 1v1. Morty, though...
Morty has Grasp. That's interesting.
Oh, you saw that? Okay.
Yeah, he has Grasp. Interestingly. Which is why I'm surprised, because he wants to just think of this as laning.
Yeah, and I think that's one way to cheese this 1v1s, right? Like, go for the Grasp. Meanwhile, Yetzi...
He's gonna be cheese himself, because look at the damage coming from Yetzi. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, this is expected in the Lee Sin mirror matchup, right? S1 is not going to be your priority in leveling.
There
Finally!
you go. Debate and switch. Morty got it. Got that one kill.
There you go. It was unfortunate though. We have to be honest, because that's literally 1 HP.
Why did he recall too? I don't know why he recalled. Now he loses XP.
I think that's okay, right? You were able to get some. Yeah, you were also able to get some gold off of that kill, and it gives you better priority moving forward, and it's even set of items. And now he has level advantage. He can go all in. Sonic Wave.
Ooh, the damage. Look at
It
that.
hurts.
Oh wait, here comes the Conqueror pop. This is the reason why it's hard fighting with the
Doesn't
grasp. Never
matter.
mind, Morty. What?
Grasp is OP.
That's the best. If you're going for 1v1s, everybody go for grasp.
Just go for Grasp.
Oh man.
Morty, again, to me, went in, used a scientific way to dismantle that 1v1, Lisa 1v1. And believe me in saying this, I'm a fan of those shaky 1v1 strategy because we live in the Baron lane. You know that, right? So we don't have the best mechanics in the game. And so how do you win against better competition? You outsmart them and you go for rune choices, item choices, skill choices that would benefit your playstyle more. And I believe that Morty had the upper hand. Although it's very unfortunate because Yetzi was almost there with that Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike, leaving 1 HP on Morty's side.
Yeah. And again, with the start of this matchup, I thought most of the time in this 1v1s, you expect the teams that are on the top to actually just win. But as you said, people mostly have fun in this type of games. And that's why this is not as expected from the viewers because, you know, it's a 1v1. I hope we adapt this in the future though. Like all the tournaments has this 1v1.
Well,
the toss coin is kind of
meh.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time though. Like, right?
That's the only problem. It takes a lot of time.
Right. Especially whenever players go for the safer picks.
Nasus, for example,
Yeah, and where we'll have to wait for the Ring of Fire to really end it all. That's when, things get a little bit more lengthy. And we all know that when it comes to games, the priority is for the 5v5s to really happen,
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
Most of the times, our viewers also wants the 5v5. Not really the 1v1. It's fun, especially for us dorks or League of Legends nerds. But for some that really is trying to get hold or witness the best teams out there, they want the 5v5s.
Yeah. Maybe if we have a Wild Rift All-Star or something like that, like what
sure.
they do in PC, right? That could be a fun
That's
one.
exciting. That's exciting.
And
I mean,
here,
look at the draft though. Like J Team banning away Fiora. This is a new set of bans that we haven't seen for a long time. Aatrox is open. Zoe is open.
Stana might be open if ever they don't ban it. Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of champions open. They banned the Corki too. Okay, there's a Senna, there's an Aatrox, but Grab is still prioritized by JT. RA could take both of the Senna and the Aatrox.
Which was the ingredients to a lot of wins for, some other Chinese teams that we have seen so far, right? Senna, Aatrox, go for the missed plays, and having that Aatrox in forefront of everything with enough mobility could catch your opponents off guard. For J-Team though, they have access to the Ziggs, which could mean a lot of burst, especially against the Senna. So we'll be seeing how Rare Atom... Oh, okay. No surprises here. Rare Atom and Jax name a better duo.
Wait, they go for the Jax again? Rare Atom? Why?
It's their staple pick, bro. It's like whenever we see Rare Atom play, and I know stats will back me on this, Rare Atom has played majority of their games with Jax.
Yeah, but it's a Jax we're talking about. I mean, yeah.
You're a hater,
sure.
bro.
Yeah, sure. But here, in the side of J-Team, at least they get the Zoe. And the Senna still available. Both of them don't prioritize the Senna. They would rather just get the safest support. So, DY on the Gragas, I believe, is just good in the Gragas. Most Chinese conference teams really love to play their Gragas more.
Chinese Gragas, Chinese supports, man, they're built diff. Like, every single time I watch the first few minutes unfold, I always look at the supports and see where they're at. 1 minute they're on the top side, the next they are on the middle, Sometimes they're inside the jungle of their opponents. They're everywhere. That's how Chinese supports are really in Wild Rift League Asia. And that's the reason why from minute number 1, everything is exciting, because unexpected things happen. Skirmishes happen inside the jungle of the opponents, or maybe in the lane. And that's because the supports are very proactive.
Yeah, that's why in these games that we are seeing so far, the supports are basically the early game carries. Because without them, the early game would just be nowhere. That's why you need a really great support in your team in order to survive in the highest level of play. And now with that, Garen, I love that Garen has been banned, because that would be way more fun for everybody.
Singe has been banned away. Okay, well, Rare Atom, they could be looking at J-Team as a team that would focus their resources onto 0-7-11. And one way to focus your resources onto your jungle is by going for low econ laners, and Singe is on top of that list, right?
Yeah.
Now, Ziggs has been picked up here by RA. Yuri's most impressive performance has been always on the Ziggs, so this is a good pickup for him. I fear for him though, because now he has a Zed problem to solve.
Imagine there's a Zed and there's also a Zoe. You have that front threat against you, but the Shen has been freed up for the side of J-Team, but I believe that a Wukong could be way better though. Because if you pick the Shen, the Kha'Zix is there. And I've seen it in action during the last SEA games, that the Kha'Zix just destroys the Shen most of the time.
Yep.
Okay, you pick it.
It's the Wukong plus the Jax, which are two of the safest laners out there. Shen is tight if played in the jungle, right? It has been experimented and played in the Baron lane quite a few times, but this makes a lot more sense, right? Going for the Wukong because you intend to use it on the side lane after 5 minutes. Also against the Zed, there's a lot more opportunity to outplay. Although, you would say that Shen is a better pickup because you need some protection for your Ziggs. It all boils down as to how Rare Atom would play around their vision, making sure that Irma, not Irma, but Yuri would be safe in the backside. Because what normally happens in a Wild Rift game, the Dragon laners that should be protected often gets left behind just because of how proactive the frontliners are.
Yeah, like everybody just goes in. That's one of the problems here of the laners, especially the Dragon laners, because they don't really have a lot of mobility most of the time, except when you're playing a Zoe. But here, this is honestly, whenever I see a Zed, compared to last year, this is a different game whenever I see a Zed, which is why I love it.
Right. Again, Zed is that one champion that has evolved really from being an assassin that can single target burst into an AoE threat already, just because of the amount of shurikens that you can dish out. And that, I think, has something to do with the cooldown on the death mark. I mean, imagine if there's an action mark available in this game. Like,
oh man,
every single ultimate would be maybe even less than 10 seconds in terms of cooldown. 0-7-11 is spotted on a war though, which is good information to have, especially if you are a Rare Atom. Now you can play aggressive. Now you can plan out your early game, because that's how it is, right? You have information, it's a lot easier to do your rotations.
Yeah, especially for Max here, knowing that the Kha'Zix is gonna go to the bot lane anyway, might as well just pressure Donmon to wait, because he's not gonna be back until later on, which is a really smart touch here for the side of Rare Atom.
The rotations by the supports as expected. You would see that the Nautilus is already on the top side. Meanwhile, of course, DY on the Gragas is here in the mid lane. Now, Aatrox is a special case in where we always see him as a threat for good reasons, right? For obvious reasons, because come late game, he would approach that unkillable territory. But one way to control an Aatrox is to chunk him down through pokes. We have seen that a lot of times happen, right? And what's the perfect poke champion in the game? The Zoe.
Yeah, and as long as he doesn't get close, that is going to be good. That's why in the draft of J Team, what's very smart here is that they have a lot of ways to get out. And that's a good touch here for the side of J Team. It would be really hard for that Aatrox Morty. Oh, stun comes in. Ruthless Predator on max. Now he's half HP, but it doesn't really matter because they don't have a big kill threat at this point.
Just want to emphasize the graphic that was shown in our lower thirds just a while back. DY 4-0 on this Gragas pickup with a KDA of over 7. This goes to show that J Team is content in giving the Gragas to their support. 0711 though went for a full clear similar to what Aatrox did, so everything so far is dead even and no overextensions, no punish as of yet.
Yeah, and they're going to be playing it safe. For the side of J Team, it's a very different mid lane because most of the time, if it's a Wukong or at least a Bruiser against the Zed, Zed won't have that normal dominance in that part of the lane. You usually just see Zed just chill out, wait for the next objective, and that's where he goes and go ham.
Level 4 don't want to it on this Renekton, and this is quite the sad part as a Baron laner in Wild Rift League Asia. Oftentimes, your XP would be drained because your supports would be there with you. And if you are alone by yourself, most likely what would happen is that you get bullied out of your lane. And this is one of the biggest adjustments that our players has to make here in the pro scene. You have to really adjust your timings because the amount of resources and XP that you are accustomed in getting in your solo lanes or in your solo queue experience isn't going to be gifted to you whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is the difference here. The reason why people are always going to the Baron lane is also because, Rocky, because that red line wasn't able to hit. But back to my point, I'm saying the early game carries here in this game is usually the Baron laners. That's why they focus a lot more on the Baron laners because Baron and Yuri aren't going to be dealing that damage unless they get to the second item territory. Yes, they have damage, but not as bursty or more kill threat compared to the Baron laners.
Simply put, one items for Baron laners will have a better impact overall than a one-item Dragon laner, right?
Yep.
However, the longer the game goes, of course, we all know, especially Dragon laners that are mages, specifically the Zoe, the Ziggs, the longer the game goes, once they hit the 2 items, 3 items power spike, dude would hit like a missile, right?
Oh no. That's a good lane swap though. Now, they got the Just Line and the Death Charge. That's a first blood. Rare Atom takes the K.
This is why we love Nautilus going against the Zoe, right? It's a lot easier to really preempt what the Zoe would do. It's a lot easier to punish.
Oh, they had explosive cast though. Morty now low.
Nice dodge.
Deathmark's gonna come in. That's Yesy. Got great Deathmark. Rocky now low. KT.RY doesn't have any mana, so they won't continue.
Yep, there still some tower plates. Top lane, J Team responding with a good play of their own on the top side. Just want to commend Yetzi with that beautiful dodge using the Deathmark to prevent that third Darkin Blade to hit. We all know that Aatrox is all about vamp, physical vamp.
They started it.
There's a trade.
Yeah, they were off time the while ago because Morty was dead. But because Irma started it early, that's a good start for them. Okay. That was quite scary.
Always a threat. Right, Zoe's. Like those long-distance Battlestar. I don't want to say it, but had it been the Execute Smite, then maybe Barry would have something. I'm sorry, guys, but I had to do it. Barry again. J Team just using the Red Herald. One thing that really surprised me though is the setup of J Team wasn't even needed. Right, the amount of reactiveness of J Team did not need vision control around the Red Herald pit. So maybe the plays that I really clamor about from J Team would happen in the next objective fight, the 10-minute mark, because at least in the first objective, it was a clean trade.
Yep. I learned that in the first objective, most of the people, if there's not a big clash, the second objective is when everybody just gets crazy. Because that is when most of them would get half of their second item, gives them more confidence especially. And J-Team is the type of team that doesn't take any risk if ever they don't need to. They're just gonna chill out, they're just gonna back away. As long as they have vision, and if they don't have any vision, they're not gonna commit into any fights.
J Team also loves their first dragons, which really surprised me. In this game they prioritized their Red Heralds, right? There were points in this tournament in where we saw them at 80% first dragon rate secured for J Team. And that's also an Infernal Dragon, which is a surprise that J Team just gifted it over to Rare Atom.
They have like 3 assassins on their comp, and they even gave the Infernal Drake, which is, that is really surprising for me too. But maybe the reason why they want to do that is because Wait Dawn goes in for the fight against Irma. Ruthless Predator backs away, pops the Ignite on Irma's head. He's not going to continue. You have the Cyclone. Irma was holding down. 0711 is here, but they're not going to continue to get the kill.
There's a level disadvantage on the top side though that is being maximized by Rocky. No, I meant the Wukong.
Yeah.
Irma, yeah. And I think that has something to do with, again, the rotations. And there's another proactive play here in the bot lane, but I think it was just an investment to defend this tower.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. They invested 2 ultimates for that, though. Now they have
what a play by DY.
And they're just pushing him back so that he won't be able to back away. Here comes Barry, though. This is the scarier part right here. He goes Sleeping Strike away. And DY is just gonna body slam away from the wall, and that is enough delay for Rocky there.
Yeah, I mean, what a play by DY. I like using the body slam not as an engage tool, but as a way to shorten the distance to disrupt.
That's smart. Oh,
exactly. Man. Now J Team is in the lead just because of the way they disrupted the tempo. The bats of the Jacks, they were able to get a reward for themselves. That's what we are saying, calculated play.
Oh, body slam. Yuri's gonna die, and now Max is gonna be the next one. He has one more. Pasty Spear is at the ready. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is gonna be hitting on his head. They're not gonna continue. At least they got one in the mid lane.
After the fully calculated play comes the aggression from J Team. Just so J Team-esque, right? Like,
yeah.
The
calculations, though. Wow.
Exactly. I mean, you crush the top lane tower. What's next? You pay a visit to the mid lane and you kill one of the most important targets in Yuri. And we all know that as a dragon laner, your goal is not really to get a lot of kills. Your goal is to not die. That's the number one goal for all dragon laners. And Yuri already suffered one death.
Yeah, and that is one of the things here. It's a good thing that their mid lane turret wasn't taken off, but the Red Herald is at the ready. And everybody's already here investing a lot of their players on this Rift Herald. But look at the bot lane. Zed is still there. So on the side right here for Atom, they know they have the advantage. But the bot lane turret is going to fall if ever they delay this a lot more. And J-Team really knows the explosive gas and body slam missed. But look at that, there's going to be the punishment. Rocky is going to go in. They have the stasis. They're buying some time. But I think DY is going to die here. Rare Atom was able to get one. And now their bottom lane turret is going to suffer for it. And 3 members are waiting. They might be able to go for the steal. But 0711 is not going to bother. He's just going to run away because they got the tower bot lane.
Right, so series of misplays from both sides. First was the Mega Inferno Bomb not connecting onto anyone. But as you said, the explosive cask engage tool. If you gamble on it, if you risk for it, then you won't have access to the disengage tool that is available for the Gragas players. That's an objective win for the side of Rare Atom, which they can use to open up a dragon takedown, because they can easily summon the Rift Herald here on the mid lane, garnering attention from J-Team's member. But we'll have to look and see, because this is my favorite part of J-Team's play, right? The vision game.
They still put... Whoa, okay. They put it in. The satchel charge was there. And now they might be able to delay Yetzi before they try to go for that Drake. J-Team is trying to get the vision right here on this dragon. And Irma is going to try to get some damage. Now, Rare Atom, this might be a bit too late for this objective. They're looking for Rocky in the bot lane. They might be able to see him, though. They got the timing right, and Rocky tastes their fear. Ignite on his head is ticking, and he's dead.
He survives!
Oh, wait! He survived with 1 HP.
Yeah,
that's
barrier clutching it out, but the dragon is being started. That still is a 4v5. Job's done for the side of J-Team, and look at the dominance. Zon 128 wants blood.
Yeah, he wants to go for it, the back line. They already had his Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Max was able to get the Dredge line in, but they don't have enough damage just yet. Zon 128 fighting it out. Death Mark onto the head of Max, but they still got the Ocean Drake. What a great spacing game from J-Team. They're not letting Rare Atom get close to the dragon, but with that staff, he was able to get some damage, but still Barry gets the kill in the end.
I still don't understand how J Team does this over and over again. They would fake aggressive. They would fake going for the kill, and would just focus on the objective. Yeah, they will be getting the kill on top of it, right? But
yeah,
I mean, looking at the play here by Don128, how many teams would just go for the backline right away?
Yep.
9 out of 10, maybe all of them, right? But them, they play differently, and they would fake the aggression, and they would focus on the objectives. Just what in the world is J Team, dude? Like, this is crazy level of Wild Rift.
They also know how to use the Infernal Rift. You can't really... Honestly, if this was not an Infernal Rift, Don128 is not going to go for that position. But because they know that that's the case, it was easy for them to position, and that is very smart. This is what I love about J Team, though.
Yeah.
Because before we think of them as a team who usually just goes methodic most of the time, but now, longer into the tournament, we love to see these types of plays from JT.
Yeah, something that we don't expect. And look at this, Don128 flashing in.
Flashing in, though. They're gonna go in. You have the Mega Infernal Bomb, the damage right there on J Team. Stasis to buy some time. They're looking at one target. It's DY. They're gonna flash in. Irma uses the ultimate with a Cyclone. They still don't have any decision. Rare Atom, yes, he's gonna be here. Might be able to take some kill. Max is gonna be his next target. Deathmark's gonna come out, and he was able to deal some damage, but no execution just yet. Yuri was hit by the paddle star, and now he's low. Stacy's right there to bait out Yuri, and now that's gonna be the kill, and Max was able to run away. And the members right there of Rare Atom at a loss on what to do, but look at that, they're looking at another objective.
Exactly. If it was another team, they would overchase, they would go for broke. But J Team is content with what, 2 kills, 3 kills?
Oh no.
And would be happy with securing more advantages for themselves. Morty had to use the World Ender just for that extra mobility to avoid that Puddle Star. But again, my man, it's just a treat watching J Team dissect Wild Rift at this level.
Yeah.
Like, they just have a different set of plays from the other teams.
Yeah, the non-committal plays that they do, they commit onto one goal after getting that one check mark on that goal. That's enough. Let's go for the other thing.
Exactly.
So with that, that's a very great play. They weren't able to take any towers after that, but if they tried to overchase, they might have given some kills. And that's one of the things that J Team don't want. They don't want to give anything to the enemy team. And that's what I love about J Team.
They saw the blue buff, and the blue buff to other teams, especially to J Team, is already considered a prize.
It's shinier. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, that's shiny. Let's go to that.
And
blue
also
buff.
the fact that you can, plant your vision around the area, right?
Yeah.
That's the most underrated aspect of getting those small wins, skirmish wins. Skirmish wins. Of course, you would hope that it would translate into objective wins for you, but most of the time, if it's not going to be available, sometimes you should be contented, by being allowed to play around with the vision more, and that's how J Team really plays Wild Rift.
Yep. J Team right now setting up some vision before they go for the Baron. Sleepy Trouble Bubble that Barry was able to hit. They're trying to get some pokes in before they try to go in because they want 0711 to get the execute as fast as they could. But now they don't have any objectives to go for. That's why they're just chilling out. And Rocky in the bot lane. Look at the damage coming in from Don128. Half HP already on Rocky because of one Ruthless Predator. 0711 already running towards Max. You have the body slam. They don't have enough damage, but Rocky is going to be their target right here. Ruthless Predator wasn't able to hit on Rocky. And now they're still chasing him out. They have some shield with the barrier, but here comes the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The damage is going to be there. Barry was able to get the headshot on him. And Max is going to be the next one. 0711 was able to get one. Yuri is going to be his next, but he was able to run away with the leap. And that is J Team looking for another one. Look at them. They're already looking at the mid lane after those kills.
Exactly. And in 25 seconds, there will be another objective that will spawn up. J Team again, methodical with their approach. No need to overextend. No need to kill this. Zig still has a lot of summoners to really survive all those engages. So 0711 wisely backs away and helps out Yetzi in the process. One thing that I wanted to note there in that exchange was that the Ignite was used preemptively on the Kha'Zix, and it did not pop the Edge of Night. I did not know that interaction. Now I know.
Yeah. that is one of the interactions that you don't really expect. Because I also thought that once you pop the Ignite on someone, that's an Edge of Night pop for sure. But
exactly.
here,
Like, I mean, 0711. 0711 still has access to the Edge of Night, which allowed him to dodge a lot of skills by Rare Atom. But more importantly, again, the snipes coming from Barry is just so on point. Here, you would see 0711. Had it been another player, 0711 would, the jungler would most likely go and attempt to kill Yuri in the process. But with J-Team's discipline, there's no need for that. We're just going to win our way, and that is JT's way.
Yeah, you want to try and get the kill on Don 128 though. Max is going to be here with the death charge. He's going to be pushing him up in the air. 0711 was left alone. 5 members.
Look at Yuri!
Yuri's going to be target. He doesn't care about the back line. And that's going to be it. They already used their ultimate. Here comes explosive cast from DY. Yuri's going to be next, but they were able to flash away. Void spikes on 0711. They tried to do some damage, but he was still able to run. They're spacing out. Rare Atom doesn't know what to do. They have one on Barry, but they don't have any more follow-ups on their side. They have the body slam coming out. They want DY. They need to try to get the kill, but they still weren't able to. They're still surviving. J-Team, what is this play? They're not giving any kills. All the stasis serves are used. They get one kill, maybe one on DY, but he survives through the sliver of health. They got one, but at what cost? They lost everybody in the process, and J-Team wants to end this game.
That has to be my favorite play, at least for this month of Wild Rift. Looking at how J-Team really closed the doors of Rare Atom. What a play by them.
That was such a great play, and now they want to end. They tried to get the kill on Yuri, but it doesn't matter. Yuri might fall. The damage for 0711 is crazy. And that's J-Team. Right back at you, everybody. What a great Wild Rift we've seen right there, Atlus.
I still cannot fathom how calculated their approach is. In the game of Wild Rift, they're going to wait for their cooldowns. They're going to poke you down, whittle you down. And even if you are at that execute threshold territory, 0711 won't be overeager, won't really overextend, and will just wait for his proper timings or the other timings that will be available for him.
Honestly,
that last play, chills.
Yeah,
dude, chills.
the spacing that they did during that whole time, I thought they could get a kill on DY as early as they can get, but he waited for the next aftershock, which is what I'm surprised of. He waited for the next aftershock before he used the body slam again, and he was able to survive for like 1 or 2 seconds more, and that's enough to execute the kill there. That's such a smart play, and you don't usually see that on most teams. And we've seen it here. J-Team really knows. They're the most calculated team that we have here in the tournament. And every time it's going to be a treat to see them play Wild Rift. Even if it's a low-kill game, it doesn't really matter. Because they're just going to be playing Wild Rift as they play it.
Like, J-Team's approach in that team fight alone, it doesn't matter if they win the team fight because they're already winning the side lane push, right?
Yep.
They have Yet C on the top side, already taking down the inhibitor turret. And that's the perfect encapsulation of do not let them back.
Yeah.
We often do that, right? In our solo queue games, when we are playing as 5. Do not let them back. I'm split pushing. But the way J-Team does it, oh man, like, they're not going to let you back. And not just that, they're not going to let you breathe. They're not going to make you do anything. If you try to engage on them, they will just disengage. And then just try to poke you down, whittle you down, and then go for the kill once you're so low.
Yeah, and what I like about them is they know the damage threshold of most of the members right there of Rare Atom. At this point, this is their damage. They won't be able to kill us. And the way 0711 spaced himself out, he was looking for the kill on Yuri, but he just waited, void spikes them so that they can get close to the back line. They won't be able to execute if they can't get close. And that's a very smart way of playing right there for them. So right now, J-Team, they're probably a big team to beat. Yes, they are a team who fought against a lot of APAC teams, a lot of the lower echelons of the Chinese conference. But until now, the only teams that could beat them maybe could be KBG, would be EDG maybe, or maybe even the Nova. But at this point, with this momentum from their side, I do expect that they're just going to be dominating overall. And DY taking home the MVP.
100% win rate still on the Gragas. And again, we have to look back at J-Team's history. they were the runner-up during the Icons Global, so there's that unfinished business for them.
Yep.
Now with some additions to their roster, they want to make sure that in this particular tournament they would be exceeding expectations that has been presented to them by the public or by the analyst. And you know what, Dash? I'm just happy I'm not part of the coaching staff of Rare Atom because I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, honestly, with this types of players, the discipline that they have on the side of J Team, it's just different. On game 2, let's see how they adapt for the side of Rare Atom because this is going to be a hard game for them. But again, everybody, before we head into game 2, we're just going to be taking a short break. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference.
Game 2 of our games today, and this is still, again, J-Team versus Rare Atom. The struggle from Rare Atom during that game was seen all throughout. But again, J-Team is just a team. A delight to see their type of playstyle in this game. Again, we're going to be your shotcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus. And that was such a great game.
It was indeed. Especially if you are enjoying the highest level of Wild Rift action, that game is an encapsulation of how to play Wild Rift the correct way, right? Oftentimes we would say, you know, high risk, high reward plays really wins Wild Rift games, but J Team is an antithesis to that. They would be playing correctly, smartly, and they would really take away the air oxygen out of your team. And that's what happened in Rare Atom, or to Rare Atom during game number 1. What would be their adjustment come game number 2? I'm really having a hard time. But I think it's one the better start to that is maybe by taking away DY's Gragas, because DY's Gragas is definitely a head scratcher.
Yeah, and also a priority every time whenever they see the Gragas available, even if there's a lot of available champions, like the trifecta that we always have been talking about, they're not going to mind that. As long as they have the Gragas, they're okay with that. And that's one of the things that J-Team always prioritize, because whenever they pick up a Nautilus, they pick up another champion, their playstyle honestly differs a lot more, because honestly for me, the best champion out there, the best support right now in the game is going to be Gragas, because Gragas has a lot more ways he can disengage, he can go for engages, and it's a lot more CC.
Exactly, and I think Chinese Gragas, even APAC Gragas is just looking at APAC, we have Nomel, we have Draw, we have Akeno, right? As our best Gragas players. It's just so flexible to play. Can go for an engage tool, can go for disengage, and I think one of the most underrated aspects of the Gragas is the amount of sustain that he has, just by throwing some skills, lots of HP regen as well. Those are the things that, when used at the highest level of play, can easily be maximized by the best players that we have here.
Yeah, especially for these players that we have right now, what I like about them, especially for DY, he just really knows how to play around the Gragas cooldowns. Even the Aftershock cooldowns, he knows how to play around it. And they don't really risk anything. And as we said before, they're one of the most methodic teams that we have out there. Even if they're fighting against an APAC team, even if they're fighting against whoever, they're going to be playing the same. And that's what I respect about J-Team.
Always a pleasure to watch, right? Like, J-Team, always a smart team, and also a very respectful team, right? They will be playing the same way against the best of the best teams and against the bottom dweller teams, and this is a good testament to that. But enough of that, let's look into this game number 2 and see how the coaching staff of Rare Atom would try to solve the ongoing problem of how to solve J-Team, because it's not just their problem, it's also my problem, because every time I see J-Team, I cannot pinpoint a weakness. I cannot pinpoint a way to win against these guys.
Yeah. I'm looking for a way to really defeat them, even in the drafting phase. Honestly, Rare Atom's draft a while ago was really nice, but because it's J-Team that they're fighting against, the Aatrox wasn't even able to do much. And that's one of the weaknesses of the Aatrox. If the Aatrox doesn't get close, if the enemy team just spaces themselves out against the Aatrox, it's not going to be a problem. That could control the Aatrox pretty well.
Exactly. Aatrox is more of a bait pick now if you are J-Team, because they're happy with you picking it, and then they will just whittle down the Aatrox to a point that it's going to be rendered useless in most fights. Now J-Team, their drafting is to target down the Baron laners that has shown promise for the side of Rare Atom. That's the Riven, that's the Fiora. But also, I want to note that J-Team's record on the blue side, my man, is slowly improving as well. Because if Rare Atom was put on the blue side, we know that the win rate of Rare Atom on the blue side is a sad 0. But J-Team has decided to still go for the blue side. Just interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I like about J-Team too, is that they always really respect the bans that you need to respect in the other team. And again, Aatrox has been opened up. They banned the Riven, they banned the Fiora. Doesn't even want to bother out with a Shen or a Wukong pick that was seen a while ago, because it wasn't even a problem for them. That's why right now Rare Atom goes for the Galio rather than the Nautilus, because the Gragas just knows how to deal with the Nautilus whenever the Nautilus picks comes out.
Oh. And then J-Team decides to pull out their Aatrox.
Okay.
Because why not, right? J-Team also has access again to the Gragas. DY's MVP choice during game number 1. If they ever lock down Devane, I won't fault them. They deserve that after a very good showing during game number 1. But hey, you know what? Okay, alright. Not really the best fan of Jax, but again, with J-Team, they can make any champion work.
Yeah, on the hands of Don128, we this is going to be a way slower game than what it was a while ago. So at this point, we think about Jax as a defensive champion compared to an offensive one, even in the late game. Because from what we're seeing here, having the Aatrox is already an offensive tool on 0711. Might as well just find the defensive top laner so that we would have a bit of sustain. But going for the Gwen, where Atom is a bit more bold with their picks.
Right, Gwen is that champion that can carry 1v9 matches, right? Because of the amount of damage that you can dish out on this champion. He can easily get targeted down though, especially if the mist is on cooldown or hallowed mist is on cooldown, right? Now for Jax, I just want to expound on the fact that we called it as a defensive champion, because if you are on solo queue, you would see Jax as an offensive weapon threat. But here in the highest level of competition, we often see Jax not really do much in games, and is most likely just going to be picked to not get bullied in the side lane, and that's how J-Team really wants their play. We saw it during game number 1, in where Don128 wasn't really given priority by any point at any point by J-Team, and he was just left by himself. And then after the mid game happened, that's when they tried to focus down on him and give him the resources, and then all the plays revolved around him. So I expect the same playstyle to happen in game number 2.
Zoe angle though for J-Team, banning the Bears gives him an opportunity to get buried this Zoe, and so that without the Nautilus 2, that makes it easier for them to just pick up the Zoe because of those bans. And now even without the Senna, where Atom doesn't really have a lot of choices anymore, maybe they can go for the Ziggs, which is shut down by Barry during that. Not even Barry, J-Team just shut down that Ziggs during last game.
There was a point in where we saw a play by J-Team from the top lane to the mid lane, right? I don't think that's ever going to be
Karma's
big. Karma is better just because you need some utilities to help augment this Gwen carry that you have for Rare Atom. Although my concern is that their wave clear is questionable at best, just because Ziggs presents you better wave clear, better damage overall. Still, if you're Rare Atom, at least you have a Galio to work with your Karma, which means it's going to be a double AoE skill to clear out the minion waves. Now for J-Team though, I'm just excited overall with how 0711 would play this Aatrox, because 0711 has been that player that has played the Shinjao, make it work, has played the Olaf, make it work. Earlier today we saw his Kha'Zix. Now this Aatrox is also going to be a pleasure to watch.
Yeah. And on the other side though, having 0711 on this types of champions, the problem that I have for, let's go for the other team. The problem that I have with Datan for KBG is that he doesn't play.
You're just a hater, bro.
No. That's one of my problems with Datan. Because at least what I like about 0711, he plays the Shinzao, he plays the defensive champions, he knows how to play the Kha'Zix. We've seen him play the Kha'Zix a while ago. On the hands of Datan, that Kha'Zix would fail.
It's like I just hope he picks the Kha'Zix the next game or the next series and shuts you up, bro.
I hope so. I never saw his Kha'Zix work though. I want to see. I want to be proven wrong.
Yeah, like dude is here having the worst takes of all, but sure, okay, that's fine. 0711 again on this Aatrox. I'm going to check the stats real quick as to if this is going to really be the first time that we will be seeing him on the Aatrox, because oftentimes we see him on various champions. So give me a sec here.
Yeah, and here, from what we've seen right now in the game, so we've seen a while ago Rocky against Dom128. Now it's going to be a different game overall for both of them, because they're going to be playing a defensive versus an offensive champion. So this is going to be way easier for Rocky to just hold on to the lane, make it easier for himself to just win. But Yetzi in the mid lane against a Garen. This is one of those matchups in where you expect the Garen is just going to dominate. As long as it's not a ranged champion, the Garen would have an easier time.
I mean, Garen is that champion that I hope gets obliterated soon and fast, right? Because it's just not making any sense. Although there is just one way to play the Garen now, which makes things a lot more safer for you, and that's to go for fleet footwork. We have seen Grass of the Undying Garen, which is okay at best. Nice dodge by Rocky overall to prevent that DY all-in.
Yeah, both of our junglers on opposite sides of the map, so we expect them to gank different sides. Most likely, we're gonna be seeing Morty gonna go toward the bot lane gank, or maybe even the mid lane. In Aatrox, you usually just farm out until you get level 5 with the World Ender, so that it would be easier for you to go for high-speed ganks. So this is gonna be a way chiller game. And as we're talking about that, it's J team, so it's gonna be a way chiller game the early game.
Yeah. Also, I now have the stats. 0711 has picked Aatrox 3 times already. Has been all wins. Also, by also reviewing the stats, there was that game that they lost against KBG. And I have to ask you this question. What champion did you think Baton played?
Oh, he played Kha'Zix that game, but I don't think he was the best. I still don't think he's the best
Kha'Zix player.
Yeah.
Sure, dude. Like, I mean, okay. Well, anyway, so I cannot wait for the town to pick the Kha'Zix the next series. And,
I hope he picks more carries though. That's what I want to
Right.
see, because he always gets outshone by everybody, and
I mean,
and also
it's KBG. Yeah.
Yeah, like KBG. My take is gonna be for next series. It's gonna be the next take.
Let's focus on this series first, as we see a good wave brewing up on the top side. And again, yeah, that Jax pick. People or teams would invest in taking care of the Jax. The Jax is actually okay by himself, just because if you are the Jax, you have a lot defensive tools available to you. The counter strike, be passive as well. I kind of have a trivia for everyone. Did you know that AP Jax is something that
Viable?
you can also do? Not in competitive, but in solo queue. Yeah.
In Wild Rift?
Yeah, there's been a lot of clips in where you can 100
Really?
to 0 an opponent. Yeah, dude, it's on my Reddit. You would see on my Reddit a clip in where I leap striked, casted my skill 2 before my leap strike, and just deleted one person, 100 to 0. Legit.
Really?
Yeah, it's fun.
I thought it could have been more viable in PC, because you remember in PC they reworked his ultimate, the Grandmaster's Bite.
Yeah.
It has a big burst now. If they put that in Wild Rift, that could be a potential good pick in competitive, though. I can see that being a good pick.
And also, just to further my trivia about Jax is, the more AP you have, the more match persistencies. How that thought?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gonna go bot lane, flashing in Morty. But Barry was able to use his own flash, and he's gonna get another flash right there, and then that's gonna be. Oh no,
right.
Smite.
He got himself a smite. Yeah, just going back to my point, the ultimate of Jax, if you have more AD, you get more armor. If you have more AP, you get more match persistences. So that's one way why I get baited to play AP Jax a lot, because I look at the composition of the opponents, I see a lot of AP champions. This is an AP Jax angle.
That's a smart way of thinking, though. That's smart. That's smart. Yeah. Because that makes sense. It makes
And my
a lot of
teammates will
sense.
rage if I feed. Like, oh. That's the best way to play the game, though. Like, you know, just not being binary and having some other options.
Honestly, that's an old man's way of playing League of Legends. Because that's how we thought when we were playing League of Legends back in the day. Even in the mid lane, when you see someone picking, for example, AP champ, I'll build Banshee's build first, because you know it's a magic resistance item. At least it would be easier in lane. And right now, I don't know when it changed, but back then it was normal.
It is indeed normal.
Not going
And
for optimal builds.
And you know what is not normal? J
What?
Team and their preference to go for
Rift Heralds, right?
Yeah.
They've been prioritizing just Rift Heralds since last game. Maybe they know that they can just cheese a rare atom on that mid lane push, because they always put this in the mid lane. And
Something happened last Friday, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
being 0-2'd by KBG may have shook J Team to their core. I mean, during game number 1, we saw them really shine. But this is again against Rare Atom. Against the best of the best teams, they will still get challenged, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's
Look
going
at
to be
this play.
one of the things that they need to go for. Now going to go to the bot lane. They do have 2 plates at the ready, so this is going to be a takedown on that tower. That's going to be the body slam on Irma. He's not going to be able to move. One of the knock-up comes out. Hero Center is going to be here. 0711 is going to be the next target. Here comes the shield of the Ron. 0711 was taunted, and he's going to fall down.
Just Garen things. Being able to buy enough time and also being able to fish out.
But towers, though.
A good damage. Yeah. Oh, a 2-for-2 special. Rift Herald was also able to hit that second tower. Barry also was able to get some plates in the mid lane. That's
Top
an
lane,
overall
though.
win by J-Team. Wait! Okay, so all across the board, from top to bottom, J-Team was able to get a lot of tower plates
They lost
for themselves.
Oh,
and even though it was just a 1-for-1, like, J-Team is winning across the board. What a way to play Wild Rift, huh?
They got like 3 plates in the mid lane, 3 plates in the top lane. That's a very big win for J-Team.
And
got
4
a
plates on
tower
the bot
first
lane,
cert,
right?
first cert in the bot lane too. So, oh man, J-Team just really knows how to play whenever someone overcommits in one lane.
Right.
Everybody's just gonna move around, and that's the J-Team special right there.
Yeah, I wanted to commend Rare Atom, and then on second thought, never mind. J-Team is still better overall.
Better end
right?
of the stick always.
Exactly. The trade is always going to be a trade.
Oh,
up!
Fate sealed though, top lane, Yahtzee. Not gonna commit as much because you know it's Irma. It's a Garen, you can't really kill him that easily.
Yeah. It took 3 people to gank and kill down this Garen just a couple of seconds ago. But, if anything, Yahtzee is still trying to find... Oh, Soul Unbound!
Okay,
That could be an opportunity.
Gonna be here though. Morty has been discovered. Might go for Morty. They have the Sleeping Trouble bubble. Was able to go for the exhaust. Explosive cast, that could have been crazy. Morty was close for him. Max is gonna be able to get that kill with the Winds of War. And now J-Team gave 2 kills to Rare Atom.
I like it. I like it. Again, I think the biggest surprise there was the positioning of the Kazakhs being in a more unexpected position. Yahtzee was so confident using Soul Unbound to have that 1v1 against Irma. And that just goes to show that they did not expect the jungler to be there at all.
Yeah, they can go for the dive here whenever they want to, but they don't have enough damage. But Yahtzee's half HP. J-Team might go for the knock-up. If Irma was knocked up there, that could have been a kill.
For sure. Like, you have DY, you have 0711 on the chase as well.
They're
Now,
doubling down.
3-man strong on the top side. There could be a dive. This is what you're waiting for.
Yeah, they're doubling down top side. Rare Atom, Irma's gonna be the target. Just as Sponge wouldn't be able to hit from Max. But because they weren't able to follow through, Rare Atom is just gonna back away.
You know what happened there? Spinneroonie, wave clear, plus the Gragas, plus the Galio Winds of War. There's no opportunity for J-Team to dive just because of the amount of wave clear available to Rare Atom. So guys, take note. Wave clear in Wild Rift really allows you to make a lot of plays. Most of them offensive, but sometimes defensive.
That's why Ziggs is such a good play. Because Ziggs really just cuts down waves really fast compared to other champions. But with this, on this composition, J-Team and also Rare Atom once more enabling of their killers. So they went for the Zoe, they went for the Karma. So now, they would go for the Rift Herald. J-Team is already in position.
J-Team does not have vision whatsoever.
Nature Enchant gonna be there. They have it. Morty is gonna be the target though. They have the Fade Seal. They're gonna be able to get that in the end. Morty is gonna fall down. Right now, Rare Atom is looking for 0711. He flashed through the wall with Max going in for the ultimate. He was cancelled by the knockup. And Yuri right now being chased down by Dom128 to get the kill. They're gonna follow through. Rocky doesn't have enough damage to go for any of the Demotion Justice. And Rare Atom lost 3 members and the Rift Herald in the process.
Yep, and now 10 seconds before the next dragon comes up. That is going to be an Infernal Dragon. It's a lot easier to chunk it down.
Tower too.
That could be just another objective. Back-to-back objective for the side of J-Team. Look at the top side. Another objective
Another
for
tower.
J-Team.
Oh, man.
Exactly. Make that a... I don't know what to call it. Like a flush out, right? Because you were able to win top, mid, and of course also getting the dragon in the process. But let's look at this replay. This is uncharacteristic of J-Team to just go for the objective without prior vision, without any vision whatsoever on the top side. But that did not matter, right? 0711 was a raid boss that was needed by J-Team. Don128, regardless of how we hate Jax, was still so effective. in that particular exchange. And now you look at the gold lead that J Team currently possesses. Just because of those series of play, they're now 6k ahead of competition.
The problem we have with the Jax though is because he always gets shut down in lane. But once you give the Jax a space. If it gets the Hull Breaker, it would be easier to be more effective as a champion. And that is what's happening right now. Gwen is super low on gold compared to the Jax. That's why look at him. The confidence that they have from J Team, they can go for the push if ever they want to. They won't die.
I cannot even fault Rare Atom's draft, right? Like the draft itself is not the problem. It's just the execution of J Team. Is so pure, so crisp, so clean. Every good adjective in the game. I have to ready my Thesaurus because they're just on a different level. Not that though.
Okay. Yeah. Yahtzee missed the Fate Shield. And now that gives opportunity for Rare Atom to go for a fight. But because at this point they don't have damage and Rocky's going to be going for the brink of it. Hirosenta's going to be coming out. They have one shield to Duran. 0711 would be punished. Rocky was able to survive, was able to cut through. And that's going to be J Team losing one member.
He's the true carry of this team, right? The Gwen is going to need, what, 2-3 of those in order for him to really be that threat against J Team's chances. J Team, uncharacteristic of them to be overextended, especially with 0711's immaculate play. But you take those, right? If you are Rare Atom, let's look at it once again. Rocky, again with the help of the Hero's entrance, was able to get some resistances for himself. The knockup also was very vital in getting that counterplay.
Yeah, and also the Hallowed Mist, because one of the Darker Blades wasn't able to hit. That was big. Now, J Team, they're still in composure. They're still not stopping, even after that. Rare Atom are looking for the opportunity. Maybe after that, they got the momentum. That's why they're going for this mid lane push. But look at Dom 128. They're still not stopping in that push in the bot side.
I also looked at the items of Berry. Instead of going for the Stasis Ancient, he went for the Meteor Ancient, which is surprising because if you're the Zoe, you want to have Stasis, right? One way or another, you still have to be careful of the Kazakhs.
Yeah, Fate Seal top lane, Meteor Ancient to actually help out. The damage on the Irma is massive. And DY is going to go for the explosive cast. He was able to dodge, but he's still going to fall. Wait, never mind. He's not going to fall. He survives. Ignite is ticking on his head, and he's able to run away. He was able to dodge a barrel, too. And that is J Team with a failed attempt.
Good push. Got 128. Just doing, handling business on the top, on the bot side.
Yeah, and Yahtzee almost getting that knockup. Would have been a kill if ever they go for it. But right now, J Team is still keeping the members of Rare Atom at bay. And this is the difference between J Team and other teams. Oh, Morty has been discovered though. They have a leap. Morty's just going to be doing some damage against Psalm 128. He needs to respect it. He has no vision. That's going to be a hard fight. And he's going to run away.
Don 128 was on the precipice of recalling it. Kazakhs decided to show up. Oh, hello. Let me pop my counter strike and give my greetings to you, my friend. I mean, look at the kill count, dude. It's 4-3. And yet we have this big amount of gold lead. This is what we call macro diff, right?
Yep.
Every single time that we see J Team play, they will translate whatever kills those are into objective wins. And not just that, they're just so crisp. They're going to play the top side, mid side, bot side, and of course the mid lane in the most perfect way possible. And that's the reason why I'm a huge fan of J Team. They have converted me into a fan, and I want to
from
put
a
that
hater
out
to
on
a
record.
fan.
Not really a hater, but you know, I just did not feel them during the early parts of this tournament. But now, I have understood. Now, with a better understanding of their game, I have learned to appreciate.
Yeah, and the way they play is just so beautiful, right? Because
right.
Whenever you watch a lot of LCK, not LPL. Whenever you watch a lot of LCK, you see a lot of this types of plays. They just go for punish every time, and J Team is like the epitome of that. They really play around any openings that they see. They just see one opportunity, they're gonna go for it. But now, one opportunity has opened itself, and it's Max with the CP Trouble Bubble, and they're just gonna be running away. They use all their ultimates already, so that's a big win for J Team.
Exactly, and this is also a Mountain Dragon, which means that it's a lot more harder to secure this one real fast.
Yeah, Morty's already here. FaZe is going to be there. It's not going to be hitting anybody, but Max might fall. They go for the back line, and that's going to be Morty stopping on that Dragon. They're still looking at it. They might be able to go for it. 0711 is trying to get it, and he was still able to in the end. And Morty, what a great man, and he was able to run away. He was able to leap and flash with the Mountain Drake on his shoulders. But Barry is going to come out with a hit. That was perfect.
4-3. There you go, Barry. One of the sharpshooters in the game has just had another montage moment for himself. Done 128. Lost in all that chaos. Was able to get the tower on the top side and also going to eat the Baron. Rare Atom was able to get a Dragon in exchange for what? A tower, a Baron, J-Team, all smiles.
Yeah. Still only one tower down top side, but again, take a look at this replay. J-Team just opening up with just one opportunity.
Exactly, and even though that explosive gas did not really effectively hit a lot of people, and even though that Fate Sealed also leaves a lot to be desired, the real prize in this particular skirmish was the top side, because all the while that this was happening, the Jax was already split pushing. They were already able to burn the ultimate of the Gwen. And again, that sharp shooting skills of Barry is in full display.
What a monster. Now, this is what I hate about Yone, is that whenever he has Soul Unbound, look at what he's going to do. He's just going to go in, just not get punished. And this is why I would love to see LeBlanc in this game, because that could open up a lot of opportunities for this one. Because right now, they're going to go for the mid lane. Baron is opened up, and they still have 700 HP on that. They're waiting for a chance. If Yessi gets another knock-up, that could be a chance. Mac has been cancelled by the body slam. And now J-Team now has an opportunity to push bot lane, and that's going to be a tower down for sure.
Yep. 200 health on the bot lane tower, finally broken down to pieces, but 0711 with the World Ender could just end things.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last one. Oh, Mass was able to get deleted by Barry from far away, and another knockup comes out with a Fate Sealed on the back line. Yuri's gonna fall, and this is gonna be the chance for the members of J-Team to just finish this game. They want some kills to go home, and that is it. A takeout with some kills, and that's a 2-0 from J-Team.
What a way to bounce back off of 2 straight losses. One from Nova Esports, one from KBG. Now handles their business against what we could say a weaker team in Rare Atom. J-Team again showing their promise, showing the way things are done J-Team way. Who would I commend in this game number 2? I want to commend everyone. Like every single one of them really played a very good set of Wild Rift and a very good game of Wild Rift, and it's really hard to choose who's going to be the MVP here.
Yeah, honestly, during that game, if ever I would love to give an MVP, it's gonna be going to Barry. I would love Barry to have this MVP right now, because he has gotten a lot of MVPs because of his Ziggs plays, but in this game, he just got a lot of great paddle stars, great Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, and mind you, everybody, it's not easy to do that. Even in solo queue, especially, it's not that easy to do that.
It is indeed not that easy to land those skill shots as well, right? Like, if anything, like Rare Atom still has a lot of things to fix. It's not just their draft that I'm really concerned about. It's also their decision making, right? How do you solve these problems? Well, one, you have to fix your laning phase, because it's also the laning phase that I think J-Team really is attacking. Just being allowed to get 2 plates top lane, 2 plates mid lane, full plates bot lane is a good indication as to how far ahead J-Team is macro-wise in the early stages of the game. And that, I think, is where you try to pinpoint what to fix, because oftentimes Rare Atoms comes into the game, is ready to bring out their best Baron laners, but will immediately get respected by the teams. Like, you see the Riven ban, you see the Fiora ban. What's next for Rare Atom?
Yeah. What can they do here for Rare Atom in order for them to come back from this whole series? It's maybe a bit too late, but they would still have a chance to at least flaunt their skills against the other teams moving forward in this competition, because they have been at the bottom for so long. But I would love to see a chapter in Rare Atom's team, because they have been experimenting a lot. They tried the classic matchups, there's classic compositions. It doesn't work. I would rather see them experiment a lot more.
True. This is I want Heimerdinger to be available for Rare Atom for some reason.
Yeah, Heimerdinger on the Dragon Lane. That could be fun.
Right. It's I think it's the best champion that would fit Rare Atom. For the obvious reasons.
For sure. For sure.
And I think for those players that haven't played Heimerdinger yet, you don't have to. You just have to watch Arcane. He was there. And you would know why I want Rare Atom to have that pick or have that have their hands on their Heimerdinger.
Yeah. And even a Victor could be fun though. If ever someone gets a pick up on Victor, and we reach that point in where we stop the bruiser, the fighter era in this game, and we go to the more classic control mage era, going back to the ADC era. 4.2, we're gonna be having a lot more ADCs moving forward in this year. So I would love to see it for after this tournament. People would go for more ADCs than before, and having Immortal Shield Bow might change some things here in the playoffs of this tournament.
That's too much hopium, Dash. I don't think it will ever happen. Like, Immortal Shield Bow might help Zeri survive those assassin engages.
Yeah,
but do you survive Mega Inferno Bomb thrown at you like from a mile away? I don't think so, right? It's
not gonna help.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna be a long time.
It's a good theory, right? Immortal Shield Bow plus the Kraken Slayer available to you just because of the mastery. Hopefully we get maybe just maybe, you know, if they buff Giant Slayer to a point that it really deals a lot of damage against, you know, those high HP champions.
Yeah. Also one of the problems though is that they don't have a lot of wave clear too, which is why we really don't go for this people. That's why right now they still go for AP champions, and I hope we head into an era in where other champions are going to be a lot more viable compared to what we have right now.
Indeed.
It'll be a long time.
No, I'm trying to meme around. Indeed, a wise choice. Doesn't ring a bell? Dude! Indeed, a wise choice.
Oh! Like, is that Vigar?
No!
Wait.
Man, it's Heimer.
Oh, sorry.
It's a voice line for Heimer.
Sorry. My bad.
Like, my man here is lagging by a bit. But that's okay.
Yeah. But I'm really hoping for a lot more though. I would love to see the difference in champions right now, because we always see the same champions, the same fighters. And the next match I've seen from the Caesar, we're gonna be having more tanks. I'm not sure if those tanks would be. I think those tanks would be workable. At least Ornn would be workable.
I don't think we have any MVPs here, Dash, and I think we can already throw to a very short break.
Okay, yeah.
Dash.
We head to the break after this, and we're gonna go for the match of the week. After some time, everybody, we're still gonna be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Alton. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals,
the regulars back in the Sunday special, and this is the match of the week, everybody. KBG against KT.RY. Best teams both conferences could offer, and this is gonna be the litmus test? Yes, it's gonna be the litmus test on how much the gap is between the APAC conference and the Chinese conference.
Too much hopium on our side here, Guiyang. Not really Guiyang, but Dash. But really, what we want to talk about here is KT.RY again. Last week, Sunday, is the most historic moment for me. Well, not really historic, but one of the most surprising moment for me was that they have proven that they can really go against the best of the best. At that point, EDG was a really solid team atop the standings of China. And then what happened was they lost against FPX in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah.
Which to me is really not telling that they are not going to contend in this tournament at all.
Yep.
This could be a finals preview that we're looking at, because KT.RY being the number 1 team in APAC and KBG being the number 1 team in China just means one thing, right? This is the best of the best that we're talking about. So this is definitely an exciting match to cast.
Yeah, I would love to see that. But again, let's take a look at the lineup from KBG. This team after their first loss from the start of this tournament, they just dominated. They're now back.
Yep.
They're in shape. And every game that they're going for, even if they play around, they could still take the W. They could still take the win.
And let it be on record as well that Dash is not a fan of that tone.
I'm not a fan of the tone. Yeah.
But yeah, the weirdest of takes from Dash himself. But on the other side, we have KT.RY. Again, we're looking at this group with something to prove that they can stand against the best of the best in the Chinese region, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about being the best in the APAC region, because they have proven that they really are the best from APAC.
Yeah.
It's now about making sure that they can stand against the best in the world, and that best in the world is basically the best in China. We look into the stats, and you can see that there are some interesting stats here and there. Blue side win rate of KT.RY is a lot better than their red side win rate.
Yeah. And from what we've seen right here from KBG, I really love the fact that KBG has been just dominating all of their performances, and they also had time to play. That's something really fun to see from KBG, because they play around most of the time. But here, let's take a look at the fights that we're going to be having. The head-to-head is going to be against KG and Rattel. KG has a bit of a big advantage, or rather a bit of an advantage, because it's not that big at this point. Before they won against EDG, I was a really big doubter of WRL, because I thought that only Rattel was the strongest among the team. But in the next head-to-head, we're going to be taking a look at one of their best players.
For sure, right? Like, again, just to piggyback on your point, Rattel has really proven to be the stable anchor for WRL. Now, for KG's side, though, he can flip from the supportive Baron laner to a carry Baron laner. We've seen him play the Garrett, and most recently we've seen him play the Shen, which is interesting to say the least, because again, at least here in WRLA, we often see the Shen in the jungle, but for KBG they can flex it, which is really, really interesting.
Yeah. And here, the next head-to-head. Last week, MVP of the APAC conference, it was Zero. Zero played so well during the last game against EDG, and he was the reason why they were able to win, because of his plays. And now on the best of the best player, he's gonna go head-to-head against Anduan in the mid lane, who always is the 1v1 player for the next phase of this game. And I hope to see WRL at least wins that. Their goal here is to win against KBG.
1v1?
But on a 2-1, I think it's still a win for WRL if they get a 2-1 against KBG.
I get
Not
what
the
you
1v1
mean.
though, not the 1v1.
I see. I get what you mean. So getting and snagging a win against KBG is already a mortal victory for APAC side.
For sure.
I agree with that sentiment. But that is definitely going to be a very heated matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Oftentimes we've seen, Chinese mid laners versus Korean mid laners in our parent game, League of Legends PC, and here we're going to witness Zero, the new prodigy, the new highly mechanically gifted player in the mid lane from Korea, go against the best mechanical player there is right now in the game in Unrun 9. So yeah, that is definitely going to be something that we have to take note of, Dash, heading into this matchup. The solo laners will be our primary focus. Mid lane, Baron lane.
Yeah, and the difference is going to be big, but let's take a look at this first. Everybody, here comes the introduction.
Last year, now they have become one of the best teams, and the KT.RY has impressed a lot in the season. Can they get another proof for Wild Rift League APAC again? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Q-Bass Gaming and KT.RY.
오늘 중국 리그 챔피언이 우리한테 지게 될 거고, 모든 사람들이 한국 리그의 수준을 다 알게 되겠네.
Oh, here comes the round.
听说你们是 APAC 赛区的第一，今天就让你们见识一下 CN 赛区的第一。We are the best team.
We are the best team. Strong words. And also in English, so props.
Yeah. And I mean, what I like about that is they're claiming it. They are the best team. And let's take a look if ever APAC would pose a threat against it. It's honestly.
Are you ready?
Most of the time, it's just copium. At this point, we're taking too much copium here for the APAC conference, but there might be a chance. Question mark for APAC here. Maybe one win is the long way to go still.
You know what? I'm not ready to crown KBG the 2-0 winners as of yet. Not until maybe the first 5 minutes of the game, but
okay.
But I mean, I'm still on the last time that we casted KT.RY, we were shouting on top of our lungs. So we were crowning them as the APAC's true hope. And I'm going to cling on that, dude. As an APAC caster, we have to believe in our teams more than we should. Diamond Prox, by the way. No, that's one.
That's an old name, man. I think most of the kids right now wouldn't know who Diamond Prox is. But if you remember, you're an old person at this point. You're very old if you remember Diamond Prox. He's the season 2 one of the best junglers in PC.
He still is one of the Hall of Famers that we have. League of Legends PC. Xiaoma, get the Dragon Laner on the side of KBG. Can also stand with the best of the best. I won't really be saying that he's one of the best Dragon Laners because, again, just looking at KBG, you look at them and you would see 5 players ready to snag that MVP from one another. Right? And that's the reason why oftentimes you don't see Anran in the MVP leaderboards because every single one of them can pop off.
Yeah. And from what we've seen now from Roster.Y is also a great team against a lot of the other teams that we have here. The solo laners are really just great. Rattel has always been great. Zero has been putting himself out there as one of the best laners in APAC. And before we had a lot of chances to see them against a lot of APAC teams, but now it's the start that they're going to be fighting against the stronger Chinese teams. And this is going to be their biggest hurdle. The biggest hurdle in this tournament is this one, which is KBG.
Yeah, we were talking prior to this series and pre-show as to what we think would be the best analogy here. Because again, just looking at how roster-wise games develop, of course, their trial by far came at the expense of JT, right? They were introduced to WRL meta in where they were massacred 0-2. Right, by JT. Comes the what we call the training arc because they went against the APAC teams, won solidly against them, and then their true test came in the form of PDG, which they also won. But this time, dude, like if we have like levels in games, we have level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe KT.RY is already at level 5. Immediately, the game has decided, hey, you know what? This is a matchup for you. The level 10 boss is waiting.
In order for you to get XP, you need to fight this big boss. In order for you to progress in your XP or the story mode. So this is the one big hurdle game. You're putting them against a big boss right now without the XP that they have. But again, it's still a challenge. Roster.Y would take this challenge. And KBG, after this... Zoe! I like that. I like this pick. Zoe getting picked from Unron and Luna. That's...
Wait. Okay. So I'm going to leave analyzing this to you, Dash, because one, I am not a fan of Zoe. Two, I've never played the champion relatively as much as the other champions. So go on.
Yeah, you go play by play this game.
Battlestar hits. Hooray!
Okay, so in this game, in this 1v1, whoever hits the second Sleepy Trouble bubble would be the winner. Because once you hit the second Sleepy Trouble bubble, you have a chance to cast the Battlestar together with the delay of the Sleepy Trouble bubble. So that's one of the advantages that Unron usually looks for. But you know what? I'm getting tired of Unron in this 1v1s. I hope somebody else in KBG gets to 1v1 with the other team. Because look at that. What? Even Yu is bored. He's looking at Unron's screen right now. Let me play, man. Let me play.
But this is a luxury that if most teams have, they would go for, right? Like, if I'm the coach of a team like KBG, and I know that Unron would give me priority for side selection, why not? This is just basically a cheat code at this point. He hasn't lost a 1v1 yet. That's one thing that we know. And I think that's also one story that we have to closely monitor. Will he ever be defeated in a 1v1 scenario? If he ever gets defeated by Luna, wow, man, that's going to be so hard.
That's a win. That's a win for APAC. We'll take that. We'll take this W and we'll run away with it. It's okay if we get 0-2. At least we got the 1v1. That's good enough.
Yeah. It still is an uphill battle for sure. Right? Now Luna. Well, Luna is the designated dragon laner, right? Which means that he has a lot of practice on the zone. That could be an advantage that we're looking at here, Dash, because Zoe doesn't often get picked by the mid laners. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times. I know that Zoe could still be picked in the mid lane in ranked games, but in competitive matches, it's often put in the dragon lane.
You know what Poetic is in this game for KBG and WRL? KBG is a new team, and they're the level 10 boss already. While WRL is an old team already, and they're still level 5. There might be some problems right there because of those levelings, but hey, you go for a fight.
Yeah. All right, just normal attacks from Luna. Meanwhile, Pazastar connects from Anran 9. And then that, okay, I just want to give context as to why we think KBG is the level 10 boss. 1, they're atop the standings. 2, they're the reigning defending champion.
Unrun, no way. Is he gonna lose that 1v1 because of that? And not even hitting the paddle star as much. And Luna is just gonna take that W right there.
I would do the same. I won't level up my Sleepy Trouble Bubble. I won't level up my Paddle Star. I'll just go for those normal attacks.
Oh no, blasting.
Hang on. Why is there an advantage already for Adron? Wait.
A blasting one? That's a big win though. If ever he hits a Paddle Star, he could just destroy Luna. Just in one fell swoop, as I was about to say. Now he's level 2 too.
Yep. One of the most intense 1v1s. I'm kidding, it's not. But yeah, this is the mirror
for us
matchup.
at least.
For Zoe. I'm a huge Baron laner, so I'm not really a fan of all this.
Battlestar incoming. Oh wait a second! Ignited. Is he dead?
Luna!
Let's take that win. Because what happened there was because Luna leveled up his skill 2 first. He had the luxury to get another summoner spell. And that's what won him the fight there.
Exactly. And then also that stasis was the perfect bait for everything. Right? Like Anran thought that he had Luna's number, but apparently it's the other way around, and Anran is now on the back foot. Giving away that first blood is definitely a huge win. Add to the fact that you were not able to get anything in return at all.
Yeah.
And again, we have been saying that Anran hasn't been defeated yet in a 1v1 scenario.
Here comes the first defeat, though.
Don't jinx it, bro.
Are they gonna be taking it? That's what I want to see, though. If ever this one, because it all depends on what summoner spell he gets from this. The summoner spells from Zoe is very important, especially when you get, for example, a flash from the minions. That's a big one. Or even a Hextech Protobelt is gonna be enough for you to herald the win for your team. And now, Ron is taking a look at what's gonna happen.
Oh, half health. But this is what you were
no
saying,
way,
right? That
Luna.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble, the second one connects both of you sleeping. But we are both awake. We all know that, Bash.
Yeah.
But now Luna is level 5. And again, as you were saying, that this is more of, it really depends as to what spells you would be able to pick up, what items you would be able to pick up.
Yeah.
What is this game? TFT? RNG based?
Yeah. And I'm really surprised that Ron has not been getting any summoner spells since a while ago. Because I think he just leveled up the skill 2 at level 4. That's why it's the first time I've seen this minion have the summoner spell on top.
Exactly, and that's the different take by Luna. Because Luna, if I'm not mistaken, he leveled it at level 1. Right? Just to make sure to get those cheeky plays, or maybe even level 2. Still though, the advantage is real. At least on the items of Luna, it shows he has extra
wow
item in that Merc Treads. Tenacity, magic resistance available. In Anran, being chunked down by Luna. He's now feeling the pressure. First time that we're going to say this. Never did we expect that this is going to happen, but Unrun 9 is on the back foot in this 1v1.
Oh no, Luna too aggressive though, flashing in. Oh, wait, he has a barrier.
Oh!
Get that first L. First L for Unrun. I like it. KT.RY would win this series.
Let's back it up. Let's back it up, bros. It's see, May the 7th be with you. It's already the 7th of May, so this guy is just doing some Jedi things, and is just saying, Unrun, sit down.
That's the force choke right there from Unrun.
That's exciting. That moment, that winning moment, I hope all the other players would follow suit and would have their own celebration, because that's a way to send a message.
Get a thumbs up. That would be good. Or maybe you have your phone with you. Get the emote out. Get the emote out on Unrun whenever you win against him.
Okay, I know this is more of a local thing here in the Philippines, but there was a time in where we have a team celebrate with a lot of gimmicks, right? Remember Esports there, in where they would have pillows ready and all that?
Yeah.
Like, those are the things I miss.
Even RRQ. Back then, whenever they win, they go and go ham on the camera.
Dancing.
Yeah,
they would be dancing. They would be destroying tables, ladders, and chairs.
That's very nostalgic. The table that was destroyed. Wow.
Right.
Oh man, we don't have any more of those. I think people have been a lot more toned down since RRQ just went out in competition. Everybody has been a bit more chill.
Reserved?
Yeah.
Well, it's really hard to poke the bear. And in this tournament, the bear are the Chinese teams. You don't want to add more fuel to the fire, because if you're an APAC team, because you saw what Luna did there, and I mean, for fun purposes, for the entertainment purposes, I would say it's a good way to have some viewers, some audience be on your side. But it's also not going to do you good if KBG learns of that moment, because I know for a fact that they will just take it personally and perform even better.
Might as well just win in the trash talk if you don't win in the game. I take that though. I take that anytime.
Well, fine.
Yeah. And now we're gonna be going into the game, everybody. KT.RY versus KBG. This is not a 1v1 anymore. This is not a drill. KT.RY needs to win this for APAC.
Yeah, I want to check the record of KT.RY on the blue side real quick, because again, this is their choice. By winning the 1v1, you get the priority on the side selection, so that is definitely telling of what playstyle you want to go for. So far, the win rate of KT.RY on the blue side is 7 wins to 2 losses. So it just makes a lot of sense why they want to go for the blue.
Oh man, let's see on what's gonna happen here for the side of KT.RY, because they need to think about what they can do. Banning the Gragas is very smart. Yu has been performing really well with that Gragas. Might as well give him the Nautilus, so you could have a bit of an advantage in this first set of drafts. Now, with that, there's the Camille open. KT.RY can take it. No!
No! Why do you give the Camille away to KBG? Now KBG would just auto-pick
Camille? No way.
Unless they have found the answer to this Camille. Because remember, one of the games in where KT.RY was able to win against EBG, it was also against the Camille. So, this could be a bait pick.
Let's see if that is actually a bait. If Fiora is not out, so a Riven could only be the pot. Or maybe even a Renekton could be a good pick against the Camille. As long as they don't give the Galio out, which would make it easier for KBG. Okay, they're gonna give the Galio out. They don't mind. It's KT.RY. They won the 1v1. They're gonna win this game.
Yeah. Which means that KT.RY will be forced to use the Jax, right? Because if you don't have the Jax, how do you survive the all-ins by Camille of that Hextech Ultimatum Heroes Entrance Mega into the buff? You don't. You can't. You just won't. Now, for KT.RY though, we know that one of the more impressive wins that they have done. It wasn't against an APAC team where they flexed the Jace into the Dragon Lane. Luna was the one who played it, and he was the MVP of that game. That to me, though, is not really a convincing way to say that Jace is a good pick in the Dragon Lane, because I'm still not convinced. The way you play the Jace is you play it as a lane bully, right? Yeah. If you don't get the early game advantage, if you don't get silent lane advantage, then why pick the Jace, right?
Yep.
So it's starting to be a head scratcher for me right away as for the draft of KT.RY.
Honestly, they didn't need to ban that Kha'Zix. That Dawn is not gonna play that anyway. Might as well just not ban the Kha'Zix.
You're a hater, bro.
But for here, just thinking about it, there's a bigger chance that KBG could just pick up the Olaf here, or even a Shinzao for the Dawn at this point in the game. Oh, there you go. I forgot about that. Wukong is a big possibility.
You know what? The Jax has been removed. Retels Renekton also just got banned away. What?
Revin?
Okay, I want this. I like this because KT.RY can elect to go for Jace Baron lane, and we all know how good KT.RY's Baron laner is, laning wise. But they're going to decide against that and goes for the Riven instead. If this ever becomes a Jace in the Dragon lane, I don't know what to say.
I can see it, that angle for them. Yeah, they're gonna go for that Jace in the Baron lane.
No.
Or the Dragon lane, sorry. And the Olaf is a good touch too for them because they have a lot of CC. I mean, the Camille counters the Olaf, but most of the time it doesn't really matter for that Olaf. And that is gonna go for Umbron too in the mid lane for sure. So this is a very classic KBG composition. Just on the top of it, it's just a Camille.
This Camille could be flex mid lane or top lane, right? It depends as to who really want to use it. This Yone pickup as well is Anuran-esque, but I'm still worried about this KT.RY Luna. EJ, this Jace pickup, it's there would be some 1v1. What? Okay. 61% for KBG, 39% for KT.RY. I guess a lot of Chinese fans really want KT.RY to win, which is surprising to me.
That is surprising. Maybe after that EDG win, a lot of the Chinese fans would want to see Y win against one of the best teams, KBG. Or, I'm not sure. KBG should have a lot of fans, right? In the Chinese conference because they're the top one team. Or
the reigning defending champion.
Yeah. Or is there a different culture in the CN conference where they would want to see this team falter because they have on other teams they have a lot more votes. For example, when it comes to Nova, when it comes to EDG, there's a lot more votes concerning EDG. But
so you're KBG, saying that they have a lot of haters?
Maybe because they're a new team. That's why maybe everyone is still doubting on KBG's power in the CN conference.
Maybe relatively fame-wise, some would say that KBG isn't the most famous team in the Chinese conference, but I still think that the Chinese fan base would automatically vote for Chinese teams if given the opportunity. So this is a surprise to me. And again, just trying to go back to the draft of KT.RY. Zero on this Akali. He was able to net some MVPs on this champion already. Again, this is not the first time that Luna would be playing the Jace. And I just hope that this Jace will be a lot more effective because I really am having a hard time.
Yeah, this guy's already used in Shalma. It's not even going to be using anything. Maybe he's going to be forced to back away with the recall. And that could be a big win for them.
And you know what happened there? Like, if you are Shalma, you won't be expecting a level 1 dredge line. Because oftentimes you see a Nautilus
skill 2,
especially in Wild Rift competitive, he would go for the skill 2. Exactly. For that extra AP shield. And now look at this. Is this the cheese?
Yeah, shock less damage, half HP already on Shalma. Honey Fruit is at the ready, so this would not really be that big for them. As long as Xiaoman knows that he doesn't need to use any flashes, this is gonna be a very neutral lane in the bot lane. That's not what you want to happen on the Jace.
Right, exactly, and that's what we were trying to say, right? Dominating the 1v1 is the name of the game if you are the Jace, be it the Baron lane, be it the mid lane, and you often do that just because of the range advantage. You don't have that range advantage here.
Shaoma made a mistake. Satchel Charge was up to the wall. If that Shock Blast hit, Shaoma could have died.
Maybe he would live with 1 HP or so. But you're right, like, that's a mistake by both sides. And now KT.RY is just showing that they are pretty much practiced on this dragon lane.
Oh,
Jace.
Oh, this is good to see. Shaoma might die here right now. Shock is gonna be at the ready. Daw is here. They can go for the dive. But do they have enough damage? Satchel Charge is gonna be here. Luna is gonna be taking a bit of the aggro, and that's gonna be the kill bot lane. Exactly what you need on the Jace bot lane.
This is a different way to play Jace in the dragon lane, right?
Oh no. Yutan is gonna go here. Flash has been used. And it's a good thing that they have the dredge line right here. And that's a very smart way of playing for WRL. So far, it's been great, WRL. It's been great.
They are now trying to prove that they are well prepared in this game. Because again, that kill on the bot lane, that was already telegraphed by KT.RY 2 minutes ago, right? They called for it. They know that they have the winning matchup in the bot lane, and Luna was responsible in making sure that that happens. Even Nomel, those small things, it adds up. On the top side, Nomel invested a preemptive flash, a respect flash, which is also very good because had it been that he flashed a little bit too late, those dives by KBG could have been deadly.
Forcing the rotation already in the mid lane might give the advantage here to the side of WRL. Because remember, if you want a Jace versus Yone matchup, Yone would be in a big disadvantage. The only thing here which is good is that when it comes to the level, Luna would have the disadvantage. They can go for the fight here. A lot of members are already on the bot side of the map. It's because you're fighting against an Olaf. It's really hard to cover all the angles.
An Olaf that got the first kill participation in the game. It's definitely going to be
100% win rate.
I mean, the KBG's Unrun 9 has been so good in almost all champions, and they haven't really lost a lot of games, so it's not really a surprise of them getting 100% on most champions. Like KT.RY, dude, they're showing promise in this early game. Look at the goal lead. They have 1,000 goal lead, and also KBG tends to start slow in some of their games. This is still a positive sign for KT.RY.
Yeah. Most of the time, whenever they have a Yone in the mid lane, especially on Ron, they're just gonna let Ron's kill get the first 2 items, and that is when he goes trigger happy with the bait seal. Now Shaoma gonna be discovered. Shock Blast is gonna be doing damage to that charge. He wasn't able to move, and WRL really knows how to play this composition so well, and this Jace is making its magic.
This is the best Dragon Lane Jace possible. Now 2-0-0.
Yeah. Top lane though. Rattel even winning against KG in the top lane. Forcing to use the ultimate. I think that's a good win for KG at least, because they don't have that for the next objective.
Sure, and also just something to note as well. The first item choice of Luna was the Muramana Boy, which is also a scaling a scaling item. He is willing to play the long con, right? The long game. Instead of going immediately for the armor penetration item would give immediate spike, he's willing to wait it out. He's so far ahead anyway, so he has the luxury to do so.
Yeah, and they're taking a long time here inside of KBG to react and
where
WRL is. They have the timing. They can take this really easily. That's going to be it. They got it already. Hero Sense is going to be here. He might die, but it's okay because they got the referral anyway.
Yeah, but that's a huge investment by KBG, right? That's combo that we have anticipated to happen over and over again. Hero's Entrance, Hextech Ultimatum, plus the Mega Inferno Bomb. Easy bye-bye to one of the members of KT.RY.
Yeah, that 2 disguise already used in Yu.
Zero.
Now half
Look at
HP,
Zero.
but they don't have any damage. And Ron is going for Luna. He got the kill. Now they won't be able to steal this, but it's going to be fine for KBG. They still got the smite. And WRL at the last one was that. Zero just flexing on that movement.
I thought that was already a very good position for KT.RY to punish. Zero was on his way to make his impact. But again, we are still talking about the best mid laner in the tournament right now in Unrun 9. And look at Unrun. Just one misstep. Immediate punish over to Luna. And remember that Luna has a measly shutdown gold on him because he was 2-0-0 prior to that fight. So Unrun is all smiles on that one.
Yeah, Knockup's gonna come out. Rift Herald is gonna be thrown to the bot lane. Already have Yu here, so this is gonna be an easy tower down. First Cert to the side of KT.RY, and that's gonna be what they wanted all along.
KT.RY again still isn't.
Wait, they're gonna give it?
Yeah, they would be able to. This is going to be the second bonk. And again, just going back to my point, this KT.RY is again showing promise in the early stages of this game. And although they invested that Rift Herald on the bot lane, which could have been easily invested here in the mid lane, you would take those, right? Small wins is still a win regardless.
That's a big already for KT.RY. Starting off really strongly, they have a lot of burst potential anyway in the early to mid game state of the game. They only need to be careful about a run. Once they get the shutdown on a run, this game would be way easier for them. It's on gonna go already with the ultimate shot flash is able to hit. They have a lot of sustain, and that's gonna be what is the weakness of Daw. The Hextech ultimatum shuts him down.
Exactly, it's the new and improved Cataclysm. Right? You Hextech Ultimatum and Olaf, it doesn't matter if he's on the Ragnarok, he cannot escape the Octagon or the Hexagon.
Damage from Luna, from the Shock Blast, is just so much, even with the Manamune. I hope it would be way better in the later stages of the game, because right now, slowly but surely, KBG is just taking some kills.
2 items already for Zero as well, which is also one thing that we have to take note of. He is the MVP during week number 4, and he's being given space to really farm up and be that threat to the backline of KBG. Xiaoma already has suffered 2 deaths in this game, which means that he got slowed down by a bit, slowed down to his liking, which means that, you know, Zero, once he finds Xiaoma, it could be an easy assassination.
It's gonna be real hard. Starting now for Daw, 0-2 on Enola, if you don't really want that to happen. But what they want here for the side of KT.RY is just to make the Daw the target of everything, all of the ultimates, in order for them to move around. So if ever that's the case, I do expect for Daw to just go tanky. Might as well just go tanky and just absorb all the damage.
Exactly, and that I think is one really surprised me with his item choices, going for double
2
long swords. Exactly, because oftentimes we see Warmugs as the second item back for the Olaf, right? You could also make a case that maybe this is the time for him to pick up Stasis, just to negate those potential all-ins coming from KBG. But this is Daw that we are talking about. This is a practiced set or environment for this guys, and he knows what he is doing. Rift Herald is going to summon or to spawn up here, but KT.RY wants a tower in the top lane.
Already used the knockup. They're already starting on that Rift Herald. They don't have the taunt there. But this could be a good timing for KT.RY. But Daw, look at what they're doing here. They're forcing the push on the top side. Maybe a bit late. Luna's gonna be jumped down. Hextech Ultimatum's gonna be there with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Really easy combo to pull off. KBG was able to take one down, which is one cut off on the damage of KT.RY.
But no further objectives won here by KBG as of yet. Plus, that's 2 big ultimates that was invested for just 1 member. KBG, though, is not yet done.
The Tone chasing down Nomel. Cyclone has been used. 3 ultimates are down for the side of KBG. And that's why they're kind of afraid of starting this. Half HP on Daw. They can still start this. Right now, KT.RY aren't giving any chances. And they're just going to be taking the L because they lost Luna on that skirmish in the mid lane.
Took a long time for Luna to revive, and that was enough for KBG to at least get another objective for themselves. So overall, all those investments with their ultimates was worth, right? How many times have we seen Hextech Ultimatum in this game? 3 times, all kills.
Yep. That's a big way to use it. Honestly, whenever you use the Hextech Ultimatum, the best target is always going to be Daw, because that Ragnarok would just be taken off, and it doesn't really affect it, which is why it's really scary for Daw to fight around everybody, because everybody's just gonna throw their ultimates against them.
Oh no, this is a Mountain Dragon. We all know how that works.
Bertel, ultimates used already. They have the broken wings. He would be able to flash away. Wasn't able to deal much damage with that back line though. Look at Zero. He might be able to take a kill on the Tone. They're going in. And Ron was able to get 2 with that Fate Sealed to the hero's entrance. They're gonna go for more, but he falls down, and this is a 3v4. But that is still a KBG win.
There is also that Rift Herald that slammed the mid lane open. side of KBG. This is the Mountain Dragon that is being eaten by the Tone. KBG went for an engage over to Rattel. Wait, Doc, can he sell this? Undertow. Just a little bit too late. But yeah, I just wanted to go back to the fact that Rattel was engaged by KBG. Like, look at this. Like, you would say that Rattel was too far forward. Yeah, you can say that. But this is also a telegraph play by KBG from the beginning of the draft, right? They banned away the Jax, which could actually be the perfect counter to this composition. Anran, just being Anran, was also able to cement that win with a very good Fate's Healed. And again, all these things that is happening for the side of KBG is a result of their wonderful draft that they executed in this game 1.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Zero hasn't been getting any kills, any action, and that is also because they're not giving him any chances. Once he tries to go in with a perfect execution, they throw even the Cyclone out so that he won't be able to do any more damage, and that's a good way to shut down a good player. Not give them any kills, and that's a good way to start. Now, Ultimate being used on the bot side, but they are just still gonna take down the second tier turret bot side.
And then on the top lane, you can see that KG is already slowly pushing down the waves as well, the towers as well. We look at
continue.
Yeah, well, we look at the gold difference, and there's some swing now to the side of KBG. Finally, the gold is in favor of KBG, and this is after a very good start by KT.RY. After that blunder by Xiaoma being killed or getting killed twice in a row, the response of KBG was just so good, to a point that Xiaoma is already back in the game.
Yep, and now for Y, what are they gonna do? What is gonna be the next step here? They need to make sure that this Zero would be able to perform in the next fight. Because look at that, though already has 3 items with the Rabbit and Stat Cap. He's gonna be disruptive if he wants to go for a run. He might be able to shut him down really fast. Yeah, now the fight's gonna happen. Yu. Until round was used, he has the stasis to buy some time. What a perfect satchel to stop them from getting onto Yu. Even the Mega Inferno Bomb is there, and Y left with nothing in their hands.
It's just so hard to execute anything for the side of KT.RY. The first problem was that the Olaf got easily controlled by KBG, right? Like, and this is the concern that we do have for Olaf. An Olaf that goes behind, basically stays behind the entire fight, the entire game. But now, we thought that the double longsword won't be defensive whatsoever.
Sterox Gauge, that's good.
It was a defensive item. It was a Sterox Gauge. Add to the fact that he now has some armors, Bramble Vest plus components to add to his tankiness. Then maybe, just maybe, KT.RY's jungler would survive those all-ins. Coming from Xiaoma. Xiaoma's mana is a bit low right now, which means that KT.RY could be planning to go for some movements right now.
Yeah, honestly, for though on Amaranth Twingard is gonna be good though for those long dragged on fights, because that is exactly what both of these teams wants to go for. Now they have seen KG, they have discovered him, and they want to take more towers. And this is a good touch for Y. They're always not looking for fights. They always just want to go for the second tier turret whenever they can.
And also plan some vision as well, which really would help them. Rattel, though, too far forward, no engage whatsoever for the side of KBG. But the Mega Inferno Bomb has also been so valuable for KBG, right? Every single time that we see the Mega Inferno Bomb, it's going to hit a priority target, helping out with a kill, or maybe even used just to clear the wave. So Xiaoma, again, even after starting the game 0-2, his game is still so good on this Ziggs, to a point that KT.RY Zero hasn't really found the Ziggs yet.
Yeah, having a hard time though, and also because the mid lane hasn't been pushed just yet. Y is having a hard time rotating because they can still go to their jungle. It's still really hard because they still have priority in the mid lane. That's why right now what Xiaoma did or is doing is effective. 15 minutes on the clock, mid lane turret is still standing.
Because as long as you secure those Rift Heralds, those towers in the mid lane should be standing strong.
A lot of damage though from Unrun, using the death charge already. Wasn't even knocked up just because of that Soul Unbound. Now with that, they just got the blue buff. They're getting all the resources that they can, giving more disadvantages to the side of Y.
And a small thing that I was able to get from that engage was that the Sterox Gauge was popped. So it would be on cooldown in this team fight that is going to happen in a couple of seconds, because It will be the third dragon, Infernal Dragon, and you don't want to give this to KBG if you're KT.RY.
Yep. Hammer and Twin Guard is up for Daw. Still not that much. He's still not that great because he won't be able to pop that early on in the fight. And he needs to really stack that up before going in. Half HP on him. So this is not going to be a good fight for the team overall. And Ron's already going in with the Fate Sealed onto the back line. Rattel is going to be the target. He falls down without any answer. Walter Y low in HP. The Ton was able to get the Cyclone onto the backside. They won't be able to move a lot. KG is going to go in. They have the Ton. They still have the Smash. Would be able to get onto Yu. He still survives. No casualties on the side of KBG.
And Zero's 3 items effectively was negated by just the supreme crisp play by KBG. Again, it all started with Unrun with a very good play against Rattel, right? No chance for Rattel to react whatsoever. And now with 3 dragons to the side of KBG, dude, this could be a game 1 easy game for the side of FPX Gaming.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that KBG is good at. Whenever it comes down to fights and Ron is going to start, whenever he has to knock up, he's not going to hesitate on starting those fights. And that's what keeps this team alive. That's what keeps this team up. Their mechanics are just so good. And that Baron, for free.
Also, that play by Unrun, okay, now I learned something new here, right? So you dash over the wall, you go solo and down, and you just go back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is, by the way, the play that we're talking about is where he saw Rattel and immediate knock up into the Fate Seal. That's how decisive this guy is.
Yeah, Stasis, he does have the flash Fate Sealed onto 1. We might be able to get some kills, but here comes the backline. Cyclone. It's always going to be the target, but they do have the hold from No Mel. He was able to stop him from getting any more snowballs on this side. That is so much damage from Xiaoma. That's 3 points together with Unron getting 1 more on Daw. And that's KBG taking 2 kills over 1.
Tower is slowly getting pushed by KBG. Unrun 9. Montage moment.
Left alone has the flash. Perfect execution shot ready from Zero. He might be able to get a 5-point strike. He's going to go in, but there's a barrier on his side. KBG survives. And Unrun is not going to be chased. He still has the knockup. This guy is a god.
God. Unrun 9 with the plays. It's so reminiscent of that iconic play from that specific player, and you know what I'm talking about, right?
We all know what you're talking about, man. We all know.
Oh my
God. My. What was that? What?
Okay, well, first of all, they were so far ahead. They have 3 dragons, and they have the Baron buff, but still, you have to give it to him. The mechanics, this player, like, dude,
make plays on
so
top of
much
that,
promise.
That's crazy. And from what we've seen there from Unban, he flashed away, he knocked up away, and then he was able to soul Unbound in order to negate the damage. That's a lot of... He thought about it for so long before he executed it, and that's just a mark of a great player, and also the reason why he has been such a great piece in the puzzle of KBG, and the reason why they always have been winning, because this Yone hasn't lost a single game for the side of KBG.
I wish I have that mechanics, man. Like,
yeah.
His mechanics is not just about his accuracy in hitting his skill shots. It's also his split-second decision-making that really makes him good at the game. We're talking about Zero. Zero was the MVP during week number 4. Was his presence felt in the entirety of that game? Hell no. It was all Unrun 9. He was living under the shadow of Unrun 9 all throughout that game. And in 18 minutes and 54, an easy dismantling of KBG of KT.RY. What a game.
Zero wasn't able to play the game. He wasn't able to deal damage. He wasn't able to do... I mean, he was able to deal damage, but he wasn't able to execute anybody on the side of KBG. And that's why you don't give Chinese teams a Camille and a Galio all together in one team, because they can easily execute together with the Ziggs. They can easily execute just one target. That's enough. 4v5, we win this game, and that's why you don't give them the Camille.
And it wasn't even the Jace Dragon Lane that was a problem, right? The problem
Honestly,
was that you kept gifted the 3 picks that would just make it easy for any team here in Wild Rift League Asia. We always talk about this ease of execution. When we say ease of execution, how easy it is to work your win condition and to make it come into a reality. And for KBG side, if you give them those picks, it will just be easy for them. Add to the fact that they have a run 9 that is ready to pop off any moment, that the easy game is really going to happen.
Yeah. And it was an easy execution too from them because it was slow. KT.RY got the first parts of the game. They got the advantage there, but because of the decision makings of KBG, that all just started from there. Once they got some kills, it's a very different game from the last game. J-Team always goes for those slow plays until they get the advantage out of it. KBG forces the advantage in their favor, and that's why this team is the best, because they always take the initiative whenever it comes down to it.
True. I'm just still reminiscing. I am just trying to rewind that last play by Run 9. Like that play though.
Still that good. Yeah, still that good.
It's something that should be clipped by all Wild Rift fans and should be shared by almost everyone, because that's hell of a play coming from an iconic player on Run 9. And again, we are not hyping KBG for no reason. They're the reigning defending champion. They are here to defend their throne. And and we don't have an MVP, Dash. But if you were to give an MVP to someone, who would that be?
We all know who has the MVP in this game. It's for sure gonna be Unron, because of the plays that he did.
Oh, we have MVP.
Oh wait, I hope we have it. It's gonna be showing everybody in just a bit, and there you go. There's the MVP, Unron. Yeah.
This guy, 7-1-1 MVP count is already at 6. Could be easily be the regular season MVP, and for good reason. And you know what's more impressive? Just the fact that you're able to get this amount of MVP with all the players right there, ready to pop off any moment. You could have even easily given it to other players in that game, but Run 9 just shone like a star, like he should.
Yeah. And again, everybody has been a fan of Unron. It's because of this mechanics that this player has, and he has been showing it on any champion that he's given, especially when it comes down to Yasione. He's just gonna be performing so well, and that's what people love about Unron. But before that, everybody, we still have game 2, still a chance for KT.RY. We're just gonna be taking a short break. We have your casters. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th with 20 top.
And welcome back. That was a fast break, everybody. And this is going to be the game 2 of our series. KBG just won against KT.RY with a 1-0. And that's going to be big. Picks and bans already. Everybody wants to go about their weekend. And that's why it's the fast picks and bans right now.
And now we are seeing a flip on sides in where KBG would be on the blue side. Again, just looking at the track record, KBG doesn't really mind if they're on the blue side or on the red side, but this is more of a denial. They don't want KT.RY on their favorite side, so they're going to pick the blue side now with a special ban on the Wukong, which is not often that we see.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Wukong because with the aggressive plays that they have been putting out there, KBG really just wants to have an easier time getting access to the backline. And KT.RY, I believe that banning the Camille would be way better. Look at KBG. They're banning their key picks. They don't want to see it on the other side.
You remove all these bruisers. What is left for you to have?
Aatrox.
Exactly. that's the thing I'm looking for. But KBG is deciding that they can deal with the Aatrox. Remember, one way to deal with the Aatrox is to poke him, whittle him down, just to make sure that he's not going to have an easier time engaging. But KBG goes for the UU experience, the UU special.
UU special, taking the Gragas on their side. This is going to be a big for them. KT.RY could deny the Ziggs if ever they want to here and force Xiaoma to go for the Zoe so that it would be way easier to maneuver around or at least take down the tower, because that was one of their problems. They weren't able to take down the mid lane turret.
Hola! That's Jace for you that would be put again on the Dragon lane if needed by KT.RY. Again, I was fully vocal to the fact that I don't like Dragon lane Jaces, but in game number 1, KT.RY did plan around and was effective during in that game during the early game. It just so happened that come mid game, those picks that are available to Zero was denied by KBG, and you won't. Okay. In a nutshell, you would say that Zero's impact was negative, right? But you also have to consider that it was KBG that was responsible in denying those plays from Zero. And it's not the other way around.
Yeah, and here for Roster, or rather for KBG, they don't want to see. Wait, they didn't even go for the Ziggs on the side. They went for the Varus first. You remember I've seen a Varus AP with a try first item, then go full AP yesterday in the SEA Games. Yeah. I don't know if it was because of KBG and that's why KBG has been prioritizing it.
Nope. It still is going to be armor penetration Varus here. The AP Varus variant would only work if your competition isn't as aggressive as the teams that we have here. I'm not flaming the SEA Games or anything like that, right? I'm just stating facts. The main reason why
that's the same.
I'm trying to say the AP Varus. Okay, the reason why AP Varus is good against tanks is because, of course, with more AP, you shred a lot of HP off the tanks, the beefy members. But you have to remember as well that the amount of gold that is needed for you to have that power spike is just too much compared to the amount of power spike that will be gifted to you with 1-2 items of a lethality Varus or armor penetration Varus. So it's more about gold value, more about timings, and I would be surprised if this Varus will be AP.
Yeah, and for the side right here of KBG, they don't really have a lot of wave clear. And when you go AP Varus, you don't have wave clear. You have a very bad wave clear in an AP Varus. So that's why I believe that on this game, KBG is going to be focusing a lot on Unrun 9's Akali. So they would give him the best chance to shine in that. And that's why they're picking Garrett. That's why they're picking Varus.
With the Garen, now KG has some champion to play with. That Tone would be relegated to the Xinjiao duty. And I'm just excited to see this duel in the mid lane. Round number 1 goes to Unrun 9 in a convincing fashion. That the only win against that Cali, although it wasn't really a 1v1. It still showed the gap, right, in the mid lane.
Yeah. I really want to see the Darius again in the meta. I'll be honest with you. Because at least when you have a Garen, you have a Darius. And at least it would be a way equal battle compared to having a Garen just win every lane most of the time. So here, at least, for the side of Roster Y, they pick up the Jax, which is what they were lacking during the last game because the Riven wasn't able to do much on the side of Ratel because he's always shut down. Hextech Ultimatum, Mega Inferno Bomb, dead. At least if that's a Jax, that could have been better, as you said. So this would be a way better draft compared to what they had a while ago.
A defensive pick is what you really need against the aggression that Chinese teams provide, right? I mean, Jax is the perfect defensive pick that I have in the meta right now. We have been casting Wild Rift League Asia and watching the games for 4 weeks now, or for 5 weeks now. And so by now we should have a better understanding of what the compositions really are about, what the champion tendencies are about, why this champion is being picked, and so on and so forth. And we have come to realize that Jax is not really going to be your best offensive weapon, but rather a staple force in the Baron lane that would be a threat later down the line. The full item Jax power spike comes into fruition. But again, just looking at the draft overall here by Roster Y, my biggest asterisk is still Luna on this Jace, because if he had the head start come game 1, do you expect him to have the same head start in this game number 2? Absolutely not. I know that KBG would have something prepared for him, which means that this game would be a lot harder for him.
Yeah, it's going to be way harder for them for sure. And also, it would be way easier for KBG to itemize because they have basically 3 tanks in their composition. And this is a full AD composition just side of Roster Y. It would be easy for KBG to just stack up the armor and they won't really get punished even if they stack up those armors.
Alright. That's true. Like, where is the AP damage coming from? There's none. Oh no.
Nobody. Nowhere.
It's not often that we see that in this highest level of competition because that's like a given already, right?
Yeah. That's why here for Roster Y, the only thing that they can do here is just to dominate with damaging numbers. Get them all the damage that they can give. Because if you have the armor penetration, for example, it is going to be enough. But here in their composition, it's not going to be that easy. KBG, look at that. And Ron, 100% win rate on that Yone still.
And you know what I'm always looking at? Wait, there's an engage. Okay, that's just a hi, hello, goodbye from both sides. But what I was trying to say is in all those facts, there is a specific title on the lower left-hand side. And the specific title to the random trivia was always scary. And that's a perfect definition of Andrew Magnet because he will always scare you.
I really love those titles right? That they right.
Yeah,
it's a good movie title. Whenever you're talking about these players, and that's very smart. But again, KBG with what they have, the composition really relies on how they take down one target one by one. The same thing could be said on the other team, but it's way easier to execute. Xiaoma with the damage, not any Halo of Arrows still. That could be the kill for Xiaoma.
Yeah, and I think one auto attack too excited by Xiaoma. If it was the 3 stacks blighted arrow, then it could have been easy execute.
Dashing in, Crescent Guard, no Mel falls down, and Roster Y still following up with that. They have some damage. The Nox upstairs, they're gonna be surviving.
That's a thumbs up moment from the side of KBG. It's not often that we see them show some emotes. But if you go for those cheeky plays in where a freshly leveled Xinjiao, he just reached level 5, would immediately make his presence felt rather than go for the first recall, then sure, go ahead. Like, show all the emotes that you have in your backpack or something, because that's definitely a good first skill for the side of KBG.
And as expected of Shen Zhao, once he goes full clear, he could go for a gank pretty easily without any repercussions because he has damage anyway. So now with that Chain of Corruption gonna be used, they can go for the dash, and that's gonna be the baseball bat, but he's still gonna die here. Luna's gonna fall.
That's already 2 kills to the side of KBG. Daw wants something in return.
You have explosive cast though. Jet Mark not even gonna be used by Zero. KBG is gonna be happy. And top lane might be an impending kill for the side of WRL here.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
kill.
Charge. Don't have enough damage though, but they still have it. Counter Strike is gonna be used. They still have the damage on the towers of Justice, but they were able to flash it away. And WRL takes 1 kill on the board, but they still haven't run. He's gonna run in,
he flashed
forward. He does have the Twilight Shroud. Ratzel still has the Counter Strike to negate some of the damage from the passive.
You can't do that.
That's already the bait right there. Could be enough for him to survive.
No way!
And everyone was saying that never is that gonna happen. And KB, what? Ratzel survives.
And this is what we said, right? This is the best defensive Baron laner that we have in the game, at least in Wild Rift competitive. And at one point, I was saying that you can't do that because he planted a ward in hoping to leap check over the wall, right? That was his intention. But Unran again went over speeding. Exactly. Right, like had it been that it was the League of Legends PC, that would work because you could leap strike to your own vision ward, but not here in Wild Rift.
Was that a bait? He thought
it's unintended. I 100% guarantee you that it wasn't intended for Unran to really go over the wall. But yeah,
got a bit overexcited there. Got a bit overexcited.
You would take it. You would take it if you're a Tel.
Yeah. Every time when you win a fight against, I mean, you didn't win, survive against Unban. That's gonna be enough. But again, for their side, Rip Herald and also the objectives are coming up. Rip Herald gonna be prioritized again by WRL, and they're just gonna be running towards that objective. But now we're telling too overbearing, pop the Counter Strike too early. Doesn't have the perfect execution yet on Unban, so that's why he is fighting against him. Grandmaster's Might is down. Once he gets hit with his Hurricane Flip, he could die right here topside.
Yeah, but Daw is just on his way. He was able to secure the Rift Herald, and this could be a very dead Unran 9.
Yeah, Unran needs to run away. He does have the Twilight Shot. That charge is gonna be used. Perfect execution right there. They don't have vision on him. They still have the Counter Strike. They're gonna jump on Unran. He dies. And they have one more. Yu's gonna be next. Explosive gas of damage is gonna be there. And he's still gonna be surviving with the survival of the grass. He was able to get there.
3 kills with Rattel being present in all of those, plus 1 very good cheeky exit just a couple of minutes ago. KT.RY is now back in the game and is actually in the lead already. Well, let's look at that replay, right? I think this is another replay that happened. This is
Luna can't play the game.
What was that quote again? Fool me once, joke's on you or something.
Well, yeah, but fool me twice. That's my fault. That's me.
That's your fault.
That's me. Yeah, that's my fault at this point.
Yeah,
and that's twice already. That's twice already from Luna.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask chat really as to. I would try to
twice,
find that particular quote. Yeah, I know it's already twice that happened. And it's the same play, right? A flash into the Chains of Corruption coming from Shama. The accuracy, the balls of this guy to just go for that play every single time it's available. And yes, you can do that against Jace because one, this Dragon Laner Jace isn't going to build Hullbreaker, which means that there's going to be no HP. Yeah, it's still the Manamune, and I think this is the standard build that he goes for whenever he's on the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, he still wants to go for the full damage, and maybe he just wants to fight a toe-to-toe against Xiaoma when it comes to the damage department. But I hope this is going to be working because this didn't work during the last game. I mean, it's not him that was the problem during the last game. It was just Unban being really strong. Now, perfect execution. He does have the Shuriken Flip, can go in with another one, and he just runs away with a poke damage.
Then Yu here is here. We have to remember that Yu and Unran 9, this is the duo that died on the top lane. Just in the previous skirmish was also the reason why KT.RY is now back in the game. But we look at the minimap and there's really no objective to fight. So all this is just for priorities.
Fighting for it. KG is going to be having problems against Rattel on a level 9 on this Jax. Yes, we don't really expect the Jax to really perform or rather be more offensive. But at this point, once he has the Hull Breaker later on, it would be way easier. You're gonna be the target. Explosive cast to put them in front of KBG. Now the Talon and Ron are chasing down the members. That charge to stop them from chasing.
Right.
KT.RY is just gonna be running away from that fight.
Yeah, but that's the ultimates for the price of one, right? If you are KBG, you would take that, especially heading into the next objectives. The Rift Herald is going to spawn up in 45 seconds. Meanwhile, the Ocean Dragon would be around 40 seconds. So KBG knows that all those ultimates won't be available, at least for the first few seconds of that fight.
Yeah, are they going to be giving this advantage for the side of KBG? They would really need to fasten this up, because the longer this game goes, it would be easier for them to deal more damage. But with the execution, Zero is slowly posing to be a threat. Remember, Zero on a Z was the reason why they won against EDG. And this could potentially be one of those moments.
Right. Zero has always been one of the star players for KT.RY. But I kind of want to just take note of one thing. Yu is on the Dead Man's Plate just because he doesn't need magic resistance.
Yeah. Too fast, that mark, and run, slowly tickling down with the ignite, but that has been surviving. And now they got the tower bot lane, slowly but surely for them, but they are going to be taking the Rift Herald right now, the side of KBG. They're taking this pretty easy. The members of KT.RY are not ready for this, but they got the tower bot lane anyway.
Yep. So that still is an even trade. You go for that trade. KT.RY would have hoped for an extra kill on top of that by getting the head of Anran, but Anran still very slick and very fast in avoiding all those potential engages. By the way, Hullbreaker is already completed on the Jax, so he's now approaching that threat on the side lanes to really outmatch all the members of KBG. There's only just one member that can really match him on the side lane, and that is Unrun 9. But so far, whenever Unrun 9 shows up on the map, immediately Zero follows through.
Yep. 10 seconds Ocean Drake, or rather 5 seconds Ocean Drake. They already have the Rift Herald in the mid lane. They need Zero to defend this. And looking at KBG, they already are looking to start this objective so that this Rift Herald would be timed really well. The uptime of this Rift Herald was important because this towers in the mid lane are going to be really, really hard for KT.RY to defend.
This is the Dragon Dance that KT.RY wants to really do, right? They're just so patient. They have found Unrun 9. He spotted on a ward. If you're KT.RY, this is where the battle of attrition starts.
Yep, and KT.RY really wants to take the kill on Ron whenever they want to, but now KBG has better positioning. 4 members are already at the ready. Explosive cast, they got Luna. Luna's gonna be dead here. Ace is gonna be popped. They don't have the timing now, and this is gonna be an easy call for them. 1 kill. They were looking for Ron, but they got killed themselves.
Zero, just around 60% health, but this is already a 4v5. Look at Xiaoma, still landing those arrows, still landing those pokes, which means that KT.RY has to respect this.
Yeah, they have the ultimate death mark on Ron. And again, the Twilight Shroud makes it hard for them to get any value out of that death mark. And they got the Ocean Drake just ready. They're gonna be chasing on Rattel. Leap strikes onto the Honey Fruit. At this rate, he's still chasing. Yeah, he has to. He just has Dead Man's Plate here, so he knows he can chase Rattel, but he's not gonna risk it. No damage sources after that.
Yeah, because I looked at the inventory of Rattel. And he really focused on. Wait, sure. Okay, never mind. They're just trying to chase someone that has a Twilight Shroud, has a Shuriken flip, has a perfect execution. Surely he would die, right? Yeah. No, he's not going to die. But yeah, just wanted to re-emphasize something. Hold that thought. There's an engage.
Chain of Corruption used on Numel, but they weren't able to hit the piercing arrow. KBG still wants to go forward. Still have Numel, doesn't have any flashes. Oh, never mind. He does have a flash. That's perfect.
The guessing game continues for Dash and the Cactus. But anyway, so I just wanted to go back to my point as to why Yu was able to at least chase down that Jax, because I looked at the items of Rattel and he really prioritized a lot of those gold into items, right? Not really going for any boots. And again, Yu having this Dead Man's Plate is a result of not having any AP threat at all on the other side. Because if you have an AP threat, then you would elect for the Warmog Armor, which is a good way to answer a mixed damage profile from the other side. So yeah, that's about it.
Nobody's gonna be building Ruin King anyway. So yeah, going for health is still a good choice. for them. But now with this, WRL slowly showing the chinks in their armor because they don't have an AP champion. They are struggling to get executions on the members of KBG.
Especially when they go for Unrun 9. Unrun is notably the squishiest member inside of KBG outside of Varus, right? But he has always evaded those near-death encounters time and time again. Like, how many engages has been invested by KT.RY to Unrun 9? Like 3, 4, 5? And almost all of those engages add this to this.
Yep, perfect execution now. They have the ultimates. That's going to be the death mark, but not enough damage from Daw. He's going to be surviving with the stasis. Going to be flashing away on Run. Survives, and now they go in. That's a great body slam to the explosive gas. Stops Zero from doing anything. WRL. Numel's going to be the next one. He's going to fall, and that's another pierce through the heavens from KBG.
3 heads down with only the solo laners available for KT.RY. No smite to contest this Baron, and this should be an easy taking. Rattel is attacking this Baron takedown indirectly by pushing down the waves. Yeah, that's just going to be a consolation prize to the big prize that KBG is already
Look at
possessing.
him though, he's still going for the inhibitor turret. He doesn't care about this too. He has to
No
go and
way!
master smite. They don't have enough damage. He got the inhibitor just because of that. Sacrificed himself, and that honestly is not a bad trade.
Yeah, he might have saved the game overall
Yeah.
for KT.RY just by having the crisp decision making to go for the inhibitor tower right away. As we look into the replay again, how many times did KT.RY plan to kill Unrun 9 in where Unrun 9 was still able to survive in the end and was able to buy his team enough time to get back and do this, right? Chase after chase, kills after kills. KT.RY surrendering those 3 kills means that this is going to be an easy Baron push for Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, towers are gonna fall and KBG are just gonna take it. This Baron is just gonna be helpful for them. WRL has been trying their best to get Unrun, but haven't been successful with it, and that could be one of the problems here. Daw and Zero always goes for Unrun, but so far they haven't been successful, and they're still doing the same thing.
He's so elusive, I guess is the proper term for it, right? Every single time that they go for him, he just says, bye-bye, you can't reach me.
Just one Twilight Shot is enough to actually just not even get shutdowns on him. Bot lane, they're gonna go for a fight. They go with the stasis again. They lost a lot of their damage. Death mark is not there anymore. So WRL is just investing everything onto this Unrun, and now that Taton is just gonna go in with top lane. They still want to get the kill on KG. That charge is gonna be popped. He's gonna get knocked up in the air. Dredge line pulled back to the team, and WRL still going in with a flash and sleep strike. The much injustice as a cry for help, but they need to cry for help themselves because these towers are gonna fall.
That's also a good trade for KT.RY. At least they were able to stop the push. Now KBG would be getting their hands on the 3rd dragon though, which is going to be a lot more scary. This is a mountain dragon, which could give time for Daw to be here. Never mind, it just melts so fast now. And KBG, with the 3 dragons, with the inhibitor open in the mid lane, I see less and less chance for KT.RY to come back into this game. And again, the story has always been KT.RY trying to look for Unrun in where Unrun has survived multiple times now.
Yeah, 0-2 onto 0 because they have been looking non-stop for Unrun. Wasn't even successful with it. They need to try to go for different targets. Even if they go for Shaoma, I think they will have more chances of getting a kill in Shaoma rather than Unrun, because at least Shaoma with the Edge of Night, just one pop of skill, you can at least burst him after.
Preach!
And that is why I don't know what they're doing right now. The Ton slows down the Mel, would still have the charge later on. He can still chase him out. Yu's gonna go in with a body slam, tries to stop WRL. They're not gonna continue with that kill.
Right, well, they don't have any Baron buff remaining to their side for KBG, so wisely they just back away and could just set up vision for the Baron that would be respawning in a couple of seconds. Now, I just want to go back because this play by Run 9 is kind of reminiscent of the best mid laners that we have in the world from League of Legends PC, where you try to really reach them, you try to gank them, and then they would have those 1-2 plays that can turn things around. No matter those trying to engage.
Wasn't able to hit though. Chain of Corruption is there to stop them from pushing more. Now Daw is going to be in trouble because he's going to be the one chase down the damage, half HP on him. He might be able to survive with a bit of that body slam and explosive cast to push him back away to the team. But Daw survives. Miniature Enchant is going to be there doing some damage on Daw. But this might be a good fight for Roster Y. Right now, they survive for another day.
Those are the places that JT won't commit.
Yeah.
You get me, right? You had no business in going for that explosive cast play, but I still went for it. Luckily for them, KBG is still so far ahead that they did not get punished. Because if it was a different circumstance, definitely KT.RY would have won that team fight. Because he was so far ahead from his team, and now KBG, again, not suffering anything. A-OK is what we want to call it. 3 dragons to their name, 9k in gold advantage. And they're just waiting for this Baron to spawn up, maybe the Elder Dragon, and just close the book of KT.RY in the series.
If it is not for this 7k gold lead, this is, or rather this 8k gold lead that they have, they could have died there. But now the Baron, this is going to be the last Baron dance that we have. Remember, Inhibitor turret in the mid lane has been taken down, so it would be easier to just call it right now. They're going to go in. The Demolition Justice has been popped really early. This is going to be good for the side of Roster Y. They're going to go for the fight for the back line. Look at that. Unron is looking for Zero. He might fall down. That one's going to be popped, but he got popped himself. And Unron's still looking for the next one. Flash in with a shuriken flip, and that's going to be the next. KBG takes down Roster Y, a 2-0 in the name of the best team in this tournament so far, and they just showed APAC Conference would have no chance against the CN Conference's top team.
Yeah, at least in recent memory, at least for now, right? We are still scaling. Do not forget that. I'm kidding. That is Angra 9 showcasing how Akali would be used in the late game team fights. A total damage of 6.8k in that team fight alone just cements the win for KBG. What a team, dude, and what a statement by the #1 team from China against the #1 team of APAC that, hey, you know what, there's still a lot of things for you to learn, and you may be trying your best against the other competition, against the other teams, but against us, you will really have a hard time in finding those skills, those picks, because Angra 9 is just a special player.
Yeah, and the stubbornness of the team there was their demise. And they tried to take a lot of kills against Unreal 9. They use their ultimates, they use their flashes, but it wasn't even successful. It wasn't even close. Whenever they tried to get the kill on Unreal 9 with the death mark, not even going to be a problem for Unron during that game. Yes, Unron didn't really have the flashy play that he had in game 1, but how about the other members of KBG? They were given the chance to shine.
Just the fact that the amount of time that Unron and the amount of focus that he can get from his team, he's like the ultimate decoy, right?
Yeah.
And him being the decoy is basically because he's also the ultimate threat to the side of Best Gaming. What a weapon for KBG to have. Not only do they have the 1v1 champion, they have, well, the 1v1 champion is no longer it is no longer true anymore, because Luna was able to win against him, right? We should have that, right? Like an unofficial world title as to who's getting the title.
Who's the best 1v1, right?
Exactly, yeah. Right. So we're going to keep track on that. By the way, there's this one caster that is doubting a specific jungler, and in this particular game, that jungler had the most kills, the most gold, and had the most damage on the Xin Zhao.
Because he's using the Xin Zhao.
What say you?
He's using the Xin Zhao though. That's why he has the most damage here. Maybe if he was using for example, a different champion, he wouldn't really have that much damage.
Wait, you know so you're singling out that this player is not a good jungler just because of the Kazakhs pick? That's it.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're not a good Kazakhs player, I mean, even I haven't seen also a great Lee Sin from the Todd.
Okay.
That's why it's also gonna be making a statement for me right there. Is that, yeah, even if you're the best jungler for the best team, yes, you're also gonna be great. It's not always the case. There's better junglers out there.
All right. To your defense, we are being spoiled by the likes of Long, by the likes of Weiba, and I understand, that the tone isn't really showcasing that he's on the same level when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to fierceness, when it comes to being able to carry the team. But the question is, does he really have to carry?
Right. Honestly, that's one of the things that I've seen from this team, because it's a different take.
Team.
Yeah, it's a different team. It's a different take on his style of play. I just don't like his style of play. That's all there is to it.
Well, hater alert, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, the tone would be getting the MVP, and I'm calling it now. If he ever
For
reaches
sure,
the
for sure,
finals.
it's gonna get the MVP in that game for sure, man. Because I don't know everybody about you, but that Chintel play from the Tom was really great.
He was everywhere.
He was everywhere. His crescent guards were perfect. That's why they weren't able to deal any damage against them. And yeah, it was such a great performance from the Ton himself. But again, everybody, even the best players, Unron, could be shut down. Even if it doesn't get killed, there's still some chance for the other players to shine.
For sure. Like, again, like KBG, they're not as systematic, they're not as methodical as J-Team, but the last time that they matched with J-Team, they dismantled J-Team 2-0. So I guess it's safe to say that they really are the clear-cut #1 team, not just in Chinese conference and not just in China conference, but in the entirety of the tournament. I'm wrong, and the doubter is smiling right now because the MVP is you on the Gragas. 6 MVP counts for the guy.
There you go. There's the MVP. Yu really, oh man, Yu played well this game. But I'm really surprised. I think the Tom really deserves that. I think the Tom deserves the MVP during that game. 506, that's a lot. He has the highest KP, highest damage in the game. But okay, let's give it to Yu. Let's give it to supports. We don't really get a lot of supports MVP.
There's some conspiracy happening. No, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to say that they're trying to help your case. They're trying to help your case and doubting the jungler from KBG. But man, oh man, again, regardless of who deserves the MVP, the result is still as clear as a day that KT.RY did not stand a chance.
Yeah. Didn't really stand a chance, not even close during this game. But I really do hope that the APAC conference would still scale up during the next parts of the game. But again, we still have a last game after this, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into our last series of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, Teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in. This is going to be the last game of the week. And this is going to be an exciting one, Nova versus FPX. They need to prove themselves right here because FPX was the favorites last year, but they got trampled by Nova. And now, this is the time for revenge for FPX.
That's true. Just to give context to our nephews out there. At one point, FPX was the champion of Wild Rift League Season 1. In where they were the favorites heading into Icons Global. But we all know what happened. In that story, Nova came out on top. So there is this rivalry that we just want to build, just because we are your casters and we want to storytell as as much as possible. So guys, are you ready for this? FPX versus Nova Esports coming up next.
Yeah, there's gonna be a series. It's gonna be a banger. It has been 3 wins already for FPX since the last time that they lost against 2 Chinese teams too. And they fought against Rare Atom. They also was able to win. FPX with this lineup, it is gonna be QF16.
Yeah, there's a new guy.
Yeah. Oh no. Is that a no angle?
I don't know. It's he played the last time out. It was against Rare Atom, so it's not really a good indication of if this is really the best way to go about. But again, for FPX, we still have to really focus on Fado and Sky because those are the 2 players that has the most experience in this FPX roster. I know that A13 and Chao is also solid in the bot lane. But it's almost always the veterans that will take the cake and will shine in every single matchup.
Yeah, and now with this Nova Esports, this is gonna be the time for them to actually just prove themselves again, with Long being the always the best player right here on the team, and it is because he's just such a great jungler overall.
Yeah. This is the welcome moment for QF16, right? Because if he had a good time in facing against Morty of Rare Atom, Long for sure is going to be a different beast, right? We talked about the best junglers in the Chinese conference, and Long is definitely on top of that list. We look into the team stats, and again, record-wise, FPX currently has a standing of 3 wins to 2 losses. And so, with that said, this stats would be a reflection of that, right? Like 2 out of 5, 4 out of 6 for blue side, and so on and so forth. So for Nova, you would see that they've been winning a lot of games recently as well, and so the numbers should favor them for sure.
Now, first dragon taken for the side of FPX. They haven't really loved their dragon so much. The difference is they always love taking the first Rift Herald on this one, so we're gonna be expecting that a fight from Nova and FPX on that part of the map on the objective. So right now, FPX has a lot of shoes to fill, especially QF17. He does have a lot of shoes to fill, a big shoe to fill. And would he be able to actually match up against the best of the best jungler Long?
It's a tough task, ladies and gentlemen, and Dash, we all know that is definitely going to be the story of the series. Those numbers that you're seeing from QF16, those are skewed numbers. He just participated in 2 games overall. Meanwhile, Long with 6.6 KDA and kill participation of 66.9% has been present in all games of Nova Esports. He has the champion skin in Lee Sin, and for a good reason, right? He's going to dish out a good amount of damage. In return, though, he's going to ask for a lot of resources, and we have to closely monitor that one bit, because every single time that we see a carry jungler, oftentimes someone has to sacrifice their gold.
Yeah, they always need to sacrifice right here. And Long always goes for carries, for example, Yone. And also, what's great about him is that he can also go for those non-carry champions. With QF16, there's going to be a big challenge for him. How is he going to be actually just matching up? But here also, let's take a look at Yitze and Fadu on the side of FPX. Look at their numbers. They're really close on both of these players.
Yeah, one thing I like about Yitze though is even if he loses lanes, he would find those angles in order for Nova Esports to have the advantage come the skirmishes or come the late game clashes. And that's why I really like this player. Every single time I see him on the Renekton, it's always going to be a pleasure to watch. And every single time that Nova Esports gets the advantage topside, almost always relate or translate into a win. So Fado and QF16 has to solve the problem topside, because if that topside crumbles and goes in the favor of Nova Esports, then the chances are it will be a flush out, a 2-0 in favor of Nova.
Yeah, and honestly, what's great about Yitze though is that he's such a good weak side laner, and even if he goes to other side of the lanes, and he always finds a way to actually carry when it comes to those big fights. Whenever I see him go for the Renekton, that is when I see him shine the most.
My favorite champion. Not just for him, but also for myself.
Yeah.
You know that, right? I have a lot of skins. A lot of Baron laners is what I really, invest in. Skins-wise, gameplay-wise, every single one of them. And that's the reason why, I'm a fan of Baron laners. I hope in this 1v1 5 for side, we'll be seeing Baron laners instead of the Zoe versus Zoe matchup that we have just seen from a while back. The 1v1 players that we would have for FPX is going to be A13. Meanwhile, for Nova, it will be Yitze.
Yeah, it's going to be a different game here for... I think I've seen a lot of Yitze too when it comes to this 1v1s, because they do expect Yitze to perform well on this 1v1s, because most of the time when it comes to 1v1s in the 5v5 games, the Baron laners are always going to be there. They always need to be the most performant player, because most of the supports just go to the top side, and they're going to be the ones who actually just carry the game from there on.
Sure. A lot of changes really, and there's some ramblings as well as to the games not being as relatable as some viewers hope for, because of the amount of rotation. And that's what happens when the game is studied at a very high level. Tendencies are they would look for the most optimal way to win a game, and whatever we're seeing right now, they are the meta for a reason. So guys, we're just waiting for the 1v1 to commence. And if there's anything, Dash, that you would like to point out for FPX, one way to attack Nova Esports, do you have anything on top of your head?
Honestly, the best way to attack Nova Esports is to go for the Dragon Lane. That's honestly the best way here. It's not that their Dragon Laner on the side of Nova Esports are weak. It's that most of the time, Long goes to the other side of the map on the Baron lane. If you find a way to shut down the Dragon Lane, that gives you opportunity. Even if you go for weak side on Fado is a good Baron laner in himself.
Yeah.
That could be a good angle. Once you get advantage in the bot lane, that gives you more opportunities rather than fighting head-on against where Long rotates. What about you?
Agree. We have seen Yami get out supported by a lot of supports. So
yeah,
that could be one. Again, with the amount of rotation, if you are okay, how does support rotation work in the first few minutes of the game? First to act most likely would have the advantage because the other players or the other support would try to read and respond as to where you are. So it's more of like, trying to predict as to where the support is going to be. And we have seen a lot of supports out-read, out-macro Yami in the previous games that we have. And that, I think, is the reason why Nova Esports is struggling to find their groove in a China conference or in a China tournament. It's because they get scouted a lot. And Yami has something to do with that. Yami has really to level up.
Yeah, Yami needs to really find a way to step up as a support because it's gonna be a bad timing on the start of the tournament when they fought against KBG. It's a great showing from Yami during those times, but now it's time to change. It's time to go forward with evolving, and I think he's lacking a bit compared to the likes of Yuyu, for example. And I mean, Yuyu is also gets in Wake Up especially.
Yeah, that was the game. That was the game that I was told that was the game that Yami got exposed. Really?
Yeah.
Or not?
Wake Up is just a different level, though. That's why. Wake Up is
Who's your top supports? Okay. Who's your top supports?
For now, I think he's one of my top support. Wake Up is the top one for me because he's probably the best at this point. And honestly, before Yami was at my top 3. Top 2 was Yuyu. But right now, I'm not really sure who's gonna be up there. But what about you? Who's your first?
Yeah, it's going to be Wake Up and Yuyu, those two. Like the Yuyu special or Yuyu experience, the Wake Up experience. Those two would just read the map as if they own the Wild Rift. So we are really spoiled to see the best players go in action. But we are going to go straight to the introduction here, Dash.
Yeah, now we're gonna go, and this is gonna be the start of the introduction.
而巡回最佳状态的 Nova 战队及时调整自己的手感，积极探索全新阵容，力求突破。那么各位召唤师们如何看待今天这场精彩的对决呢？ Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for FunPlus Phoenix versus Nova Esports. FunPlus Phoenix is still working on their perfection of the chemistry. Can they encounter with the best timing? And Nova Esports come back with a better condition. They try to explore some new compositions to make the breakthrough. So who do you think gonna come out swing? 那么接下来就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to FunPlus Phoenix and Nova Esports.
小白鞋，黑字裤，我叫优萨，你记住，玩归玩，闹归闹，别拿小凤凰开玩笑。
老天爷啊，求求你帮帮优萨，不要让他只能活在垃圾话这个环节里吧。
I think that's some spicy words, everybody.
I don't want to assume whatever those words are. Like, I know they will be family friendly, I guess.
I hope so. Because I think that was personal from what I've heard.
Was it? We were saying that this is a rivalry waiting to happen, right? FPX knows that Nova took something from them.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo lane, FunPlus 法斗 Nova 一泽。
Now with Nova Esports going for the confident place right here. Wait, he has a yo-yo.
All right, that's a weird flex, but okay.
I love the flex though. I love yo-yos. Oh wow.
Wait, do you yo-yo?
Yeah, I have yo-yos.
Okay.
I even have the ones he doesn't use the string, or rather the stringless yo-yos. Do you know that?
接下来有请双方中路选手登场。And the million FunPlus Sky FL Nova Nian.
Yeah, sure. That's the most random fact of the day that Dash has a collection of yo-yos.
接下来有请双方射手选手登场。
But again, the other players have to find something
Make
to
it
also
fun.
ignite the audience. Exactly. Yeah. Right? What is happening?
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。
That's what we need.
And the
Spice
support FunPlus
for this players.
Nova Yami.
I just also noticed that FPX is sponsored by BMW. How does it feel to be sponsored
by a car?
再次欢迎两支战队，有请进入对战席进行准备。All the players are getting ready.
I
Let's
mean-
dive into the wild.
I wanna be serviced by FPX. Here comes the solo match. 813 going against Yitze. Yitze with the Ultraman pose. And to all nephews out there, you just have to Google Ultraman.
I hope you know Ultraman, everybody. I hope you know Ultraman.
That's Ultraman, right? Like, yeah. What was he saying, or what does he say every time he goes for that pose? I forgot. It's in Japanese.
I forgot too. It's been a long time, man. It's been a long time since we had since I had the opportunity to watch an Ultraman movie. Do you know they still release Ultraman movies?
Yeah, of course. Like it's an IP. It's an IP that they haven't buried yet.
Yeah,
So-
it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It keeps the dream alive. Like
know
what
what?
Voltus 5 is in the Philippines.
Yeah, that is something. Sure. But, I think, if anything, what I really love about the Sunday special is that we can talk about anything. We can nerd about the most random stuff and not really stick into the game too much, because sometimes it gets a little bit tiring, not just for us, but also for the viewers that has been with us since minute number 1. But there you go. We go back into this.
813's holding the Ari. I think he's gonna be picking the Ari here with his pose.
Or maybe the brand. Well, brand is actually part of the options. So that's an Ari.
Forgot
or a
about brand.
I don't know.
Brand exists. I forgot about that. It's been a long while since we had a brand meta in the competitive scene.
Lee Sin versus what?
Versus Lux.
I like this though. Like, you could easily win as a Lux, no?
Not sure if the Lux has the advantage here. Before pre-level 5, I think a Lee Sin would just win here. But I think they're gonna go for both Lee Sins.
Never mind. It is going to be the Tempest Safeguard meta again. In a 1v1 scenario, there's really no need for you to go for S1 or Sonic Wave, because it's a lot harder to hit.
Yeah.
We explained this the first time I saw this, right?
Might as well just get the Safeguard. It would be way easier. Or Safeguard then Tempest, because that makes it easier for you to hit all of your skills. Especially it's a 1v1, you don't really need to flex your Sonic Wave skills at this point.
Sure. And also, in the first matchup that we have seen, this Lee Sin versus Lee Sin mirror matchup, we remember the Grasp of the Undying was the reason why one of the
It's really
players
strong.
got the advantage. And also, it was also a result of a 1 HP missing from the damage of the opponent, right? So
it's also because when you fight on a Lee Sin versus Lee Sin matchup, if you hit the Sonic Wave after you get a proc of Grasp of the Undying, that's good enough if the enemy has Conqueror, because you don't really need to stay for long when you have the Grasp of the Undying. So I hope they took notes. It's an 813.
we'll see, because this is a matchup in where whoever gets lane priority would have an easier time to hit those Sonic Waves. So this is something. Okay, this is not something that I often do. Even back in the day, a 1v1 Lee Sin, I would rather go for the Dr. Mundo dodgeball. I think that's also fun. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, in the Baron Pit, you just go there and then you
plant wards as the net, imaginary net.
Yeah, and that's where you go for the dodgeball. That's fun. That's fun. But
it's sporting their very own.
Ooh, just
by the way, if
flexing
you go
on
for the
us.
cripple or S3, a big Nova logo shows up.
Oh yeah, that's nice though. And also, both of them carried Ignite.
One expended his barrier though, so Yitzis I think has the advantage. I mean, look at them just maximizing flurry, the passive. by the way, if you don't know the name of the passive. I'm just here flexing my League of Legends knowledge, my friend.
I think Yutze has a way of getting the kill here if it goes Sonic Wave after the Sonic Wave would be a good one here. Because if A13 does try to get close, that could be a good angle for a kill.
Yeah. But the safer route, of course, is to go for S3. Never mind, having that low accuracy or low chance of hitting with S1. It sure does present you with a better burst option, but of course the safer option is to just go for that AoE wave clear.
Yeah. I'm still going at it though for Yitze.
Oh, he's
just
going to
wants
miss
clear
it?
the wave.
Oh, and here's the cannon minion.
Yeah. That's honestly a big win here, but now that he has the Sonic Wave, A13 needs to be a little bit more careful.
The last time out, the loser Lee Sin did greed out, and so Yeats is just going to be content and getting that cheap shot in.
That's a big win already. Once he tries to pop the shockwave here, okay, that's gonna be a kill,
so smart.
and they get a trade. Honestly, I think that's not worth it.
True, because now the wave is in a very awkward position.
Oh wait, if that's the case, I think that's okay. If we're talking about the wave, because it would be a big advantage right there from Yitze, because the wave is going to be pushing to his side.
Right, that's basically the way you go, right? If you kill someone under his tower, you're most likely going to prep the wave to push to your side, and that is what Yitze's Baron lane knowledge.
That's top lane 101.
Advantages. Yes, exactly. So that's kind of expected because A13 is a dragon laner, right? I mean, you have a different way of controlling the wave in the dragon lane compared to Baron.
Yeah, it's honestly a really good showing right here for Yitze. He tried to go for the kill. That's one of the best ways right there. But again, once they get to level 5, it would be way different on both sides. And they tried to chunk down each other before they hit it. And I think Yitze is gonna fall here. What a great bait.
A13 with a lot of minions helping him deal a good amount of damage was the reason why he got that win. And so FPX would be getting side selection.
Great bait.
Now I'm going to look into the stats as to what FPX would choose. Well, it's really hard to say because again, the numbers are really skewed in favor of Nova. Never mind. I would not check the stats. I would rather go with the draft on the flow.
I would just really want to check out if ever FPX would have a different style, like what Michelle said a while ago. FPX has been experimenting a lot with compositions. I hope it would be effective against Nova, because Nova has been going with the same composition every time. Whenever Yone is open, they're gonna be taking that Yone.
The last time out that we have seen them play FPX against Rare Atom, they have played the Corki in the mid lane for Sky, which is not really surprising. They have played the Shen Zhao, Ziggs Nautilus bot lane with the Jats. I don't know what experiment Michelle was talking about, but that definitely is not an experiment lineup. We go to game number 2 of that game between FPX and Rare Atom. It still is a standard craft. Ziggs Galio with a Kali in the mid lane, Aatrox plus a Fiora. So maybe that's more of an insider info. FPX could be looking at something to surprise everyone, including ourselves here. And this is definitely something positive, because if you are against the reigning defending champions, you have to surprise everyone. You have to surprise them. And you might even have to surprise yourselves.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to actually do it here this time around for the team? It's going to be a big challenge for them moving forward in this competition, though, because what they can do here is that FPX won against the weaker teams that we have in the competition, so this is the time for them to prove themselves against one of the best, and also a revenge for them against Nova.
We're now seeing some target bans by FPX towards the champion pool of Long. Banning away to Yone. It's almost always a requirement against Long, because you cannot give this guy his Yone.
Yeah. Once the Yone's out, there's a lot of other options out there. Kha'Zix is going to be there, yes. Lee Sin is going to be there, but the carry potential is not as the same as what the Yone could give. But
exactly.
Honestly, Nova would be okay with that because his Lee Sin is still good.
True, like his win rate on the Lee Sin as a champion, I think is at 80% or maybe even higher, and for good reason. There is a reason why Long went for Lee Sin as his champion choice for the Nova skin line. But there's other champions that are available, namely the Aatrox. FPX could go for the Aatrox. The last time that Nova went with Aatrox for Long, it wasn't really a good combination, just because he just got voted out. But FPX has decided that they are going to take that Aatrox for themselves, which could easily be responded here by Nova with some pokes and some all-ins from that reset.
Yeah. Now that Aatrox is going to be available, and FPX is just going to be taking that. QF16, as we said, big shoes to fill for this man's. Would he be able to actually out-jungle Long in Nova Esports right now? Are they going to be, honestly, against an Aatrox, I would love to have a Kha'Zix.
Yep. Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Nautilus is also one good option. Remember, an AP Nautilus can actually destroy and can actually evaporate an Aatrox. Those are some unconventional plays. It's not Long-esque, or it's not a champion. It's not a champion that I see Long would really go for, because that's kind of a, how should I call this? It's not as exciting as the Lee Sin, right? So if you're a jungler, you have those preference, and you would understand why.
Yep. And for now, Jace, Gragas, Aatrox, this is a really solid picks already from the side of FPX. But my problem so far with the Jace picks, Jace hasn't been winning a lot this day, because people have been putting the Jace always on the Dragon Lane, and they have been lacking a lot of that damage that a Ziggs or a Zoe could give.
This is the Long champion. Yesterday, I was casting Trace Esports, and
Weiba?
Trace Esports Weiba. The first game, he went for Yone. The second game, it got banned, and so he defaulted back to Fiora. So we could be looking at the meta in where Fiora is back as a top priority in the jungle. I like it.
And also, what's great about this, though, is that they can flex it to Yitze. Yitze is still also a great Fiora player.
Exactly.
But for Nova Esports, there's still a lot of options for them. That's why they're banning out mid laners. They're taking the option of getting the Zed in the mid lane. Because what they can do here is maybe take Illusion, take a Corki in the mid lane if ever this Jace wouldn't have any other options.
Is that a missed ban from inside of FPX? Like maybe that's a ban. Yeah, well, we're going to coordinate with our production team if it's just a visual bug or anything, because that's a ballsy play to me. Not banning anything aside of Nova. I expect them to go for the Renekton, actually. Or Renekton for Yitze. Historically speaking, like, he's always on the Renekton, right? So why change?
And for now, for Yitze, as you said, I think FPX could ban that. If we cannot see the last ban, that could be a Renekton right there. But a Corki and Illusion could also be great here for them.
Because you want to take away those champions that can lane against the Jace. But it was let through.
Oh,
that fourth ban. What is that fourth ban?
That is a mystery for us. But they have Illusion ban. The Varus is going to get picked too. So this is not going to be a Dragon Lane, which is a good touch for FPX. So far, it has been solid. A Garen on top of it could be perfect.
Yeah, they need a solid front line for sure. Outside of the fact that they already have that. Gragas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, okay. This makes a lot more sense, right? I mean, it's interchangeable. Garen and Wukong are those two champions that you could easily relate to each other, because they both have the same play style.
Because they're spinning. They're both spinning. Okay.
Yeah, and also they want to be in the middle of everyone, right? They want to get your focus.
Oh, there you
go. Surprise! Renekton!
That's a Fiora jungle.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be a Fiora jungle for long, for sure.
That's nice, though. Having that option to carry on another champion that they didn't expect on the side of FPX, that's nice. And also,
they changed it last second.
They went for the Xin Zhao last second. What can I say about the Xin Zhao?
It's a champion that got buffed in the most recent patch, and I still firmly believe that Xin Zhao is definitely one of the top options in the jungle. And finally, you know, a lot of teams is now taking notice and is saying that this is a good pickup. It's okay. Xin Zhao is that type of champion that is good at everything, but is not specialized on one thing, right? He would have damage, he would be decent in tankiness, but he cannot out damage those other champions. He cannot out tank all those other champions. So it's more of like a jack of all trades, master of none type of jungler.
He's a good consistent pick. I think that's what Xin Zhao is. That's the reason why you don't also see a lot of Xin Zhaos in solo queue. Because who wants to play Xin Zhao, right? Because you know what, Xin Zhao is not the most flashy champion. You expect a flasy champion in the hands of Long.
Maybe
but
Matt.
Xin Zhao honestly
Maybe
is
Matt.
a great pick.
You know,
honestly.
man. No. I'm talking about Matt Datum, like Datum.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, you know why, right?
Yeah.
He would go for the Xin Zhao. We're talking about our friend here, our local friend, who is a one-trick Yasuo player. As you could, and I'm going to ask Chad to really predict as to what his rank is. If you're one-tricking Yasuo, chances are our chat would be right on this one.
Yeah, and you don't. Honestly, you don't get opinions from people who main Yasuo. Okay, so you don't listen to those guys.
Sure, for sure. Anyway, standard laning, as we can see, all right, first few minutes we have indicated the importance of being able to influence the map as the support. And look at Chow. Chow was immediately able to detect where Long started team fight. Meanwhile, Yami went for a route in where he will be able to plant a vision in the Raptors. So far so good for both these supports.
Yeah. For the supports right now, they're just wanting to get some kills early on. They got the ignite already on the hand of Chow. He's going to be flashing away. Dredgeline is going to be up in a bit, but that's a good kill from Neon in the mid lane.
And just like that, it's over. I'm kidding, but yeah, it's a big swing. Like,
no, it's over.
Yeah,
you're right.
Sure. Like this,
it's a Corki.
Neon now was able to get a first blood gold. And now this laning matchup between Sky and Corki, which is much more problematic. And this is the reason why they overextended and Yami found a dredge line, connected it onto Sky FL. And although Chow had the right idea, he wanted to save Sky, but that didn't really save his life.
Yeah, and Fadu now low HP topside. Yami is just everywhere. And this might be the time in where we can say that Yami is trying his best to evolve from his baby form, maybe. And now he's slowly getting there, and he's outfacing FPX.
Well, he used to be one of the best supports in China, right? Like, he just got exposed one time by Wake Up. So it's more of like he's now remembering that he's Yami, that he can cut down dimensions. And through his Nautilus, he's been everywhere, and he's able to make. Of course, like I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
By the way, Nova is enjoying a sizable early game lead because not only were they able to get the first blood, I think they were also able to get 2-for-2 scuttle after Long. So lots of small wins for the side of Nova.
Yeah. And now with the side of Nova Esports, Yami tried to go for the mid lane, and that's really what you want to do when you are going for the rotations. Yami is just covering every angle whenever he can, so that they won't get much advantage after that first blood that they got a while ago. So this is one of the reasons also why I like this Xin Zhao pick for Nova, is that Xin Zhao is one of those champions that's 6 super close. And this is that. He's gonna get super close. That's a crescent guard, pushes him away, and A13 is gonna be dead.
One more? Okay. But the Aatrox is on his way. World Ender available.
Yeah, QF16 is gonna go in, gonna get close.
What
but that's a great satchel from Remake. The nice QF16 of getting that kill. Valkyrie in. No explosive cast for Chow just yet. They're gonna be able to do some damage on. That's perfect. And he goes into the skies. And Neon falls 2 kills through the hands of FPX.
It's a kill gift route to the side of FPX. Meanwhile, on the top lane, it's just easy picking for Nova. At least they were able to get something out of that abysmal trade. Because Nova Esports, that's 3 members that died in the process in the bot lane, right? Now Nova, though, is enjoying something from the top lane. They were able to get a kill plus 2 plates. Because it started with this very good shock blast. It hit 3 people, right? To the skies hits 2 people. Oh, okay, so Long survived, so it was just 2 kills.
Yeah, that's so much damage that they got there during that time, and because of that gave opportunities for FPX. SkyFL, what a great start for them. But it's a good thing that on the side of Nova Esports, they were able to get the trade 1 top side.
I think Sky has a Twitter account.
Really?
I'm not trying to rat anyone, by the way, but I think it's more of like a fan account, and where someone from FPX for sure has a Twitter account. You know, lurking on Twitter, seeing some random names over there. But yeah, that's definitely some 2 kills that he would be smiling about, because those 2 kills you gifted over to a solo lane Jace.
Yeah,
it would have a lot more impact. Because at one point it was doomed. It was a doomed matchup, but he was able to find at least something to get back into this game.
Yeah, and I do hope to see for them, for the side of FPX, to perform a little bit more than is expected from them. Look at this, go F16 now. Half HP on Yami. Stasis has been popped. They have the Valkyrie with the package, but they can use that in order to push them back. And FPX now is going to be starting over with this one. Neon is still holding on to that package.
Wow. And lots of pokes coming from FPX, which means that the all-ins, where would it come from? Will it come from Long? Will it come from Yami? Yami is less than half health.
Yeah, now going for the bot side. They have the Valkyrie with the package, and now they're going to go for the kill. SkyFL try something, but he wasn't able to finish it off. Now the Ocean Drake hasn't been started yet. Good chance for Nova Esports to take it.
Yitza is winning the top side hard, but that's a problem for Fado and FPX.
Tried to get close. That's going to be a problem. No mana on Yitza is not going to pop. That smash was able to get some heals, and Yitza falls. No mana was his problem, but now QF16 wants to go for a fight. Nia's going to go in. Explosive cast and push him back to QF16, and this is going to be a free Ocean Break for them.
The gold lead is in the favor of Nova, right? But so far, FPX is winning momentum-wise.
Yep, they have Nian. SkyFL can go backline. 2 Disguise is at the ready, but they're not going to continue. Chain of Corruption has been used, but it's time for Nova Esports to just take the Rift Herald.
Exactly. So the momentum and I just wanted to go back to my earlier thought of Nova winning gold-wise. Meanwhile, FPX gaining some momentum of a lot of plays by FPX. This is one of them. Nova, again, this 1v1. He greeded out. He wanted to get that solo kill. And for good reason, because if you look at the top lane tower, there was just only 1 plate remaining. And it happened to the best of us, right? Dash, you know what we're talking about. That juicy first tower gold. We want them. Every battle laner wants them.
That's a great gold infusion, though. Whenever you get the first tower, especially when you're a Fiora, you'll take that. You'll take that every time. And now with that, that gives opportunity for them to just trade out this Rift Herald or maybe even go for a fight. With Fadu having the Divine Thunder too, he is going to be really having great sustain top side.
Right. He was able to at least even out just because of that overextension.
Yep.
By Yitza. Had it not happened, he will continue struggling. Just because of that kill, he was able to buy himself a Bramble Vest, which is identified as one of the best soft counters laning-wise against the Fiora.
But now, look at this. QF16 just takes it for free. And Nova Esports are just gonna give that to their side without any problems? How is this happening on the eyes of Long?
Now it is going to be summoned in the mid lane, so lots of tempo to the advantage of FPX.
Yep. They're just gonna be giving no more plates on that mid lane turret. That's why Nova Esports didn't even bother.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But QF16, the new guy for FPX.
Tries to go for a first Darken Blade. Second wasn't able to hit. He might go for a flash if ever. They have the Cyclone to work with on this fight, so this is going to be a good chance. Grand Challenge going to go for QF16 first. That's going to be a parry. Was able to flash away! And he was able to get it. Grand Challenge heal. It's going to be making him survive. Yami here, the hero to save him out.
I see you, Yitza. Yep, half of the credit has to go to Yami, but the amount of outplay that Yitze was able to do through his mechanics, with his mechanics, is also so pure. That's an advantage that, again, the Baron laners would really love to have. The first tower goes to him, and although FPX was able to get the mid lane tower, it still is something that I would say a Nova win overall.
Yeah, and Nova Esports was able to take it pretty easily too. And let's take a look at this outplay again.
Yep. Again, just the patience of Yitze, not really being trigger happy whatsoever with his ripples. He waited for that second Darkened Blade to cancel out. And then that flash by Yitze was so on point that Yami, just being at the right place and at the right time, helped Yitze secure that 2 kills.
And this is why you don't want a Fiora on the other team, because he's just going to be doing this. Try to gank at Fiora, Fiora's going to outplay you. And at this highest level of play, he has the capabilities of doing that, especially Yitze. But now FPX, looking for more opportunities. This is one of the disadvantages when you have no mid lane turret, is that FPX is just going to be opening up a bit of the jungle on the side of Nova Esports.
And it's also refreshing inside to see that Nova Esports is content with Long not carrying the game for them, right? Now they're reinvesting, recalculating their resources for Yitze this time. So that would definitely be a sight to behold, because that could also present a lot of problems for the other teams that would fight Nova Esports. How do you solve them if, you know, the damage could come from anywhere?
Yeah, and now with FPX looking for opportunities, with bot lane tower down, not going to be easy for them to go for it, but that was almost a steal for me.
Yeah, that was a wild guess though. Right, yeah. Right. Yitze?
4 people top side. They tried to go for that gank, but because they knew that someone was there with that piercing arrow, they stopped their attempt top side.
Yeah. There's no need for them to be over aggressive, but they will still try to get their hands against Yitze. There's no cannon minion though, so there's no reason for them to stay here. And in 30 seconds, the Infernal Dragon will spawn up. The first dragon went to the side of FPX, and we all know that Infernal Dragon is a very juicy target for almost every team out there. Long is first in the position.
Yeah, Long's in position. He don't have any vision here. Uses the Shock Blast to at least whittle down Long before the fight happens. You have the Valkyrie up if ever they want to go for a fight. So this is going to be a chance for them to use the package much more effectively now.
Right, but they are under vision. Finally, Long's sweeper lenses became available, and he immediately spotted that he is under vision. Neon could go in.
That charge, A13, is now going to be backing away so far, but they lost that dead charge in the process. Now topside has been taken down. FPX is well distracted before they start this fight, and that is how Yitze is just going to play this.
Wukong can't win 1v1 against the Fiora. We all know that. Add to the fact that Yitze is so ahead of everyone right now. He's just carrying Nova Esports. He's basically dismantling the map of FPX.
Yeah, now Nova gonna go with a Mega Inferno Bomb. A13, no more HP. He's now gonna be forced to back away, and that is gonna be a chance right here for Nova to just go in. More Judge Line, explosive Casper Long, Crescent Guard to stop them out, and he might fall down here. Fadu is going on him. He doesn't have any more cycles. Here comes the monster. Yitze would go for the kill against Xiao, flashes away. He survived for a bit, but now this could be an easy call for them to take the Infernal Drake. They don't have any vision except for this one. Now they are waiting for it. No more vision, no more chances. Now they know because of that blind piercing arrow. They're gonna go in. They're gonna try to steal, but they still got it. Long was able to get one. Skya great positioning, but they won't be able to get more. Neon is in a great position to go for rockets. Yitze falls down, but this is gonna be a chance for Nova to just whittle down on the enemies. A13 moves forward, flashes in. Neon with a play, and that's why he survives. Almost an ace for Nova. One survives, and that's QF16.
That's the melee Varus that we don't often see. He flashed in front of the Corki in trying to dissuade his attempt to get the Honey Fruit. But in the end, the Honey Fruit saved the life of the Corki, and it was a big win to the side of Nova Esports. You can't win 50-50s against Long. That's already been documented, especially if you're the new guy. QF16 has to know better. Let's look at that replay once again. A13 again, lots of folks. The vision was actually the Scuttle Crab that was secured prior to this fight, and that is the reason why FPX was just so confident to go win. Now, with all the scramble being said and done, Yitze going down just made a lot of just gave a lot of confidence to FPX. And look at this melee mode barriers. By the way, Yami flashing in just to save his Dragon Laner is a sight to see.
Yeah, and also what's great about that is that they knew from there on, when that blind piercing arrow hit Yami, they know that they didn't have vision at that part of the map. And that's why Nova just started whittling down on that dragon. What a very smart play from Nova in the reason why. This is one of the reasons why they won against KBG.
Yep. Those 50-50s in the dragon pits, almost always Nova would be clutching it out with Long, of course, securing the objectives for themselves. So that's definitely a huge swing. Look at the goal total right now. That's already 7K at the advantage of Nova Esports. In just one blink, dude.
Yeah.
They were able to separate themselves from the competition. Now, how would they translate this into a victory? Finally, the net worth has been provided. And look at this. This is not something that we often see every day. Law, the third richest member for Nova Esports?
Yeah. Also, because Yitze, too aggressive, fighting against a lot of people, Chain of Corruption, Explosive Cast, wasted on time, and now Chao's going to be the target. Crescent Guard to stop them from going in. That is a great deny from Nova.
And the waves are pushing mid lane, so some XP as well has been denied. One thing that has saved FPX a lot has been the way that they were able to secure Scuttle Crabs. And in this level of play, this is really good for them.
Always trying to bait out them. Now they don't have vision. Chao's going to be the target. Doesn't have the flash anymore. They have the body slam, but they can't move, and that's going to be bad for them. Going to the back line. That's going to be big. They're going to be flashing away. QF16 tries to go for a kill. Neon was able to flash away. Sky FL might go for a shock blast. That charge to stop them from pushing more. A13 is going to be the target right here. Chao looking at target. Long was able to get one with the Crescent Guard. A13 is his target, but he wasn't able to follow through.
That's one way to control an over-rampaging. Exactly, FPX. Now they have a big problem to solve bot lane. FPX will be late to the party, and that tower is just down, broken down to pieces by Nova Esports battle laner. What happened?
No.
I didn't see that.
Mega Inferno Bomb though. He was on that ward on that blue buff, blue side, and Mega Inferno Bomb, he's dead.
I think we'll have a replay of that. But yeah, I just want to emphasize that FPX had the right idea. It was a 4v5. It just so happened that Nova still has a lot of utilities available to them to really just extend everything.
Here it comes.
And just get out. Oh, that's sad. That's definitely sad. And that's why we always have preached that the vision game of all these Chinese teams is what sets them apart from, you know, the teams that we have from APAC. Because, man, oh man, all those vision game or all those vision words that they have planted, it's pre-calculated. Those are studied ways of approaching the game of Wild Rift. And Nova is no stranger to that because they're the Icons Global champion. They've done it before.
I love the comms from Nova though. Once they saw the opportunity, Long didn't even hesitate to actually go in. Even if he doesn't have anyone together with him, as long as they get the push in the bot lane, that was enough for them. And now with this, they have the Baron, they have the Mountain Drake ready, and with the wave ready to push in the bot lane, this is a perfect chance for Nova to just take that frame.
Yitze also is going to be a problem to be solved on the top side, right? Who's going to face him? No one. Sky cannot, Fado cannot. You have to invest maybe 2-3 people just to stop this Fiora. He's already at a level advantage. Not to mention there's a lot of gold advantage to this guy already at this point.
Yeah, I think this could be a dragon angle because 2 people have been discovered topside already. They can go for a 50-50, but it's Long that you're going to go 50-50 with. It's not going to be an easy feat. Look at how Nova is just delaying time for Yitze to just push topside.
And also wait for the minion waves to crash and the bot lane, right? So there's really no reason for Nova to force this. So the onus is actually on the side of FPX to try to whittle down this Mountain Dragon as fast as possible to force that 50-50. Because if you are Nova, you are content in just playing this out.
Yeah, I think Nova is confident in this 4v5, especially that they have the package right now. That Charles is going to be using QF16 so that he won't be able to do any steals at this point.
So clean in taking that dragon. That's actually also one way to secure an objective. You lay out the carpet, you lay out the package, and that's basically the signal that the jungler cannot go in. Not because of the damage, but because of the amount of slows that is available in that package alone. Now, what Nova would do is to maximize their vision on the blue quadrant of FPX, set up vision around the Baron pit in an attempt for FPX to, be impatient and face check.
Yeah. Now with that, Nova Esports, what they can take here is to go for the Baron, because yes, as you said, they do have vision here at the side of FPX. They can still take the trade here. They tried to go for the poke. Sky FL wasn't able to get that shock blast in. But on this side, what they can do is just, because they don't have vision here, they can just take over this top side of the map.
Meanwhile, Yitze is just going about his day and split pushing in the bot lane. With Fado not even able to do a thing, right? If you're Fado, you want to be involved in all those team fights because your Cyclone is definitely going to be a very big factor. Zero vision indeed. Long is now starting the Baron, but this is an opportunity for FPX to punish.
Oh, that's why they started the Baron, because they don't have vision at this part of the map, so that's why they're starting. They even have the Rift Scuttler in their favor, but Nova Esports still stopped. They know that the Elder Drake is going to be coming in, so they don't want to take a risk of losing members on this fight.
And also, that's the Ziggs that we're talking about. Once you are inside the pit, all your magic resistances, armors is being shredded down by Baron Nashor. And not really Ziggs, but Varus. And that's where Varus really comes into perfect position, right? Those piercing arrows would hit like a truck, especially if you're under the corrosion of Baron Nashor. Now, this Elder Dragon is going to spawn up.
Yeah. Now with this, Nova Esports starting. They want to go in for this fight. This is going to be a good start here for FPX. They're starting already, but Chow trying to be overbearing, trying to stop them from pushing. But right now, it's going to be Chain Corruption not getting. Would be a chance for Long to go in. Sky FL is going to be his target. He's still going to go in. Crescent Guard with that is helping him out so much. QF16 right there in the Baron pit. He's super low HP. He could fall down anytime soon. The Amaranth Twin Guard is helping him survive. But right now with Yitze here, he needs to flash away. There is the Dredge Sign from Yami. And that saves Nova Esports. Elder Drake is going to be on their sides. And this is going to be their chance. Sky FL tries his best. But is it going to help him out? The Elder Drake just screams towards him. And Sky is going to fall even with this death charge. And Nova Esports with this Elder Drake, an immaculate play in that, was able to win in this fight. With the Crescent Guard stopping it, and A13 is just going to fall. Dredge Line is just icing on top of the cake. And Nova Esports takes the win.
Elder Dragon wins games, always, but it's not really a 50-50 if you shank down the jungler of the opposing side. You saw the patience of Nova Esports. They just targeted down QF16. QF16 was just going about his day, trying to secure the dragon, but all those missiles, all those Gatling guns, all those pokes coming from the Quirky, coming from the other members of Nova Esports was the reason why the jungler went down, and with the jungler being down, so are the chances of you winning those 50-50s.
Yeah, and again, with that, they try to not take any damage from the dragon, and FPX was a bit impatient during that fight. They tried to start the Elder Drake. They were on the brink of damage almost every time. The damage was there from the Elder Dragon, and that's why their HP was super down low before the fight even happened. And with what happened there, once they saw the Chain of Corruption, once they saw some mistakes when it comes to the ultimates, they're gonna go in. And that's always has been the theme of Nova Esports.
Exactly, like they are not the most controlled team, they're not the most academic team, because I would still have to give that to J team. But when asked to play the macro side of things, they will still perform. And Yitze on this Fiora is a revelation. We often see him on the Renekton, but this time on a split pusher Fiora in where Fado has no answer. Dude, this was Nova from minute 1 up until minute 21. Like, it's a wire-to-wire win. I was just looking at the gold graph, and it was all orange. It was all Nova.
Yeah. For Nova Esports, what they can do here for the next one is just to use the same composition. I mean, this Shin Zhao isn't really bannable. Long really took a lot. It took a lot of, what do you call that? A lot of pressure out of FPX. Whenever he needs to go in, he always pulls a trigger whenever it's needed, and that's why Nova Esports got that win right there. But also Yami with the dredge lines and even the death charges on time before the dragon comes in is always perfect. Shuts down QF16 perfectly.
And this is why we wanted to at least highlight the supports, especially in the very beginning of this game. Yami's presence was immediately felt, right? Like that kill by Neon on to the Gragas was one of the reasons why they enjoyed the lead from minute number 1, and they didn't really look back. Although there were some plays by Sky in getting those 2 kills in the bot lane, it was immediately answered topside, right? So how do you solve this if you're FPX? FPX, as we have noted, right? Their record, their wins were against 2 APAC teams and 1 against Rare Atom, which is kind of equivalent of an APAC team by now. So
yeah,
those 3 wins, are they really wins? Because this is actually the best litmus test possible if they can really perform in this Wild Rift League Asia.
Yeah, Nova Esports is one of the top 8 best teams out there in the Chinese conference, and they have always been performing because we know they had this reputation that they always need to really just give off. But again, KBG is still at the top of everything, and that would be the best litmus test for everybody in the Chinese conference. Once they win against that team, that would be big. But again, Yami, honestly, really well deserved for this game because he hasn't made any mistakes except for the missed dredge lines though.
Yeah, well, those are zoning dredge lines, brother.
That's what we say.
Yeah, it's not a miss if you force someone into another direction. Like
that's a warning shot. That's a warning shot.
Exactly. You cannot go here. All right. So
yeah.
That is Yami having a masterful approach to game number 1. The early game was all him, right? His fingerprint was all over the place in that particular game, and expect it the same result to happen in game number 2. How about you, Dash?
Yeah, I do expect the same thing from Nova Esports because FPX really needs to with a different jungler too. That is a big difference of playstyle for FPX. That's why they're still at the experimentation stage at this point. I wonder what happened to their old jungler though. I really want to know. But again, Nova Esports could just take this over unless FPX would put their main jungler in. Again, that's it, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into game 2. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the
Welcome back, everybody, to the game, and this is second game of the series. Nova Esports just trampled on the side of FPX, and this is going to be the start of the series, or rather, the comeback of FPX, if ever they would be able to come back. Still, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Sash, and I'm here with Optimus.
My partner here is too hung up and wants to revert back to game number 1. I don't. I want this to be the second game already for the obvious reasons. But we are going into the pick and ban very soon, in where we saw in game number 1 the way that Nova Esports controlled that game in a fashion that I did not expect them to do, right? We have been saying that Long has been the primary carry of this team, but when asked to play for the team, he would do it. One of the most notable plays that he did was during that chase in the red quadrant of Nova Esports. He was able to save his teammates by going for the backline. And that just goes to show that, you know, you can win Wild Rift games in different ways. And Long is just a master of that.
And now with this, we can actually do it for Nova Esports. Long could really just perform this time around. Are they going to be giving him his Yone so he would finish this early? Or would FPX still continue the struggle in this competition?
We are going to find out real soon, but we are going to first assess the situation with FPX being on the red side this time. So Nova Esports would be on the blue side. I actually like Nova Esports on the red side more than the blue side, just because the way they utilize those first 2 picks and the counter pick as well. Remember that their last pick in that game was the Xinjiao. It did not really reveal enough information for FPX to have a good read, and although they were able to secure the Aatrox as their power pick, it was just immediately answered by Nova, right? Pokes for days, all-in potential by the Xinjiao. I wouldn't be surprised if Nova goes for a repeat performance on the Xinjiao.
Yeah. And for now, for Nova Esports, what they can do here is to just ban the same things, ban the same champions that they had a while ago. But FPX are now going to be banning the Aatrox for themselves so that Nova Esports won't take it. Honestly, on the hands of Long, that would be way more destructive.
Definitely. But there was that game that I hope to forget, like that game 3 where he was forced to use the Aatrox and was just controlled easily by the opposing side. I forgot what team that was that they were against, but that's definitely something that was engraved in my core memory. This is a better pick overall for Nova though. They have been one of the teams that really has mastered the Senna play. We're talking about Remake and Yami having that access to that unorthodox duo in the bot lane of Wild Rift.
Yeah. And this is what they are going to be doing here for the side of Nova. With Senna on their side, it's going to be a way different game. And what we're seeing here, this is going to be Nautilus going to be picked up. Gragas could still be available by Nova Esports, so this is going to be a good one for them to pick up. But picking up the Varus rather than going for the Zoe and FPX.
this is also the same champion that A used a while back, right? We saw that A13's melee Varus at one point flashing in normal attack plus that piercing arrow. It did not let them the win, unfortunately, because of a timely flash in by Yami to protect his Dragon Laner. But this is also a very scary side. We all know this. Nova Esports going for the Senna, having access to the Gragas. This is like a match made in heaven with the Chinese supports having access to the Gragas. You can go all in, you can go and disengage. And yeah, what would be the follow through? What would be the next pick here by Nova Esports? Because so far their two champions is both promising. They could just be securing something for long this time. Oh, another Fiora pickup.
Ooh, okay. That's honestly good. If ever they don't have a jungler that could be a carry on their side, there's still a Xin Zhao that they could pick off. I think FPX would ban that Xin Zhao for the next rotation here. But a Gitse on that Fiora is still very, very great. And we've seen him perform during the last time. He honestly is the reason why it was hard for them, because they tried to fight that. And it's a good thing that they picked up the Ribbon, because that Wukong can't really match up against that Fiora a while ago.
This is yes, this is a better answer, right? Although I hope for like maybe the Jax, maybe the Renekton. I think this is the time that I would say, yeah, Jax. Just go for Jax, because like to me, Fiora is Fiora is that one champion that can easily be answered by the Ribbon. But the way Nova plays around Yitze, especially on game number 1, I just have this inkling. I just have this I don't know. I just feel it in my bones that this favorite matchup in the Baron lane isn't going to go as expected, and that Nova has something in play to control this Ribbon pickup. But the Renekton has been banned away, and also the Zed has been banned away here by Nova.
And for here, we have the Zed being banned again. We have seen it banned during the last game too. And the Renekton, they don't want... Ooh, okay. What I like about this is they don't want to shut down the opportunity for Gitse to take this Renekton to the side in order to shut down this Varus or maybe even the Renekton. And also, it's one of his best picks. That's why they don't want him to take. If ever they're going to be banning something, for now, I thought that FPX was going to be going for that Xin Zhao. They didn't went for it, which is surprising. Do they have an answer?
Yeah. Because this could still be a Fiora for long, right? Although Yitze's Renekton has been banned away, forcing... Maybe this is a force by FPX. I won't be surprised though if this Fiora would be flexed into the jungle just to have a more favorable matchup in the Baron lane for Yitze. What other champions are we looking at? Gwen is a possibility, of course, always, right? Like Gwen is a champion that is okay. I don't want to use this analogy, but fine, I'll use it. She's like a mushroom. Sometimes she's there, sometimes she's not.
She's okay. Sometimes she's okay. Sometimes she's bad. Is that what you mean? The mushroom
no. What I meant was she often is that champion that should still be in the priority list of all the teams, but often gets forgotten.
Yasuo.
Oh. Okay. Oh.
And Lee Sin.
All right.
That's a good flex. They can lose here if this is a mistake.
Wait, hang on. So are they saying that the Yasuo is a good matchup to the Lucian in the mid lane by Sky? Is this how the way works, or how the world works?
From what I'm seeing, yes, Yasuo would still have the disadvantage on that Lucian in the mid lane though. So
yes,
what they can do here is that at least they... Wait. Is Leon? Okay. Okay, go back. Yasuo still in the mid lane. The only thing that he can do is just survive the laning phase. Once he gets to level 5, he's much more of a threat on that. And we always see a Yone also in the mid lane anyway. So it's basically the same thing. Just get the wind wall. I think it might be a lot easier.
It's basically the same thing, said Dash. But I also have to remember that the mid lane often becomes 2v2. And I think that's when you would capitalize as the FPX team, right? Do not be surprised if this would be a win lane, win game, win condition for FPX. There is that threat. Also, one thing that we have to remember is that one way to really fully utilize a Yasuo pick is by drafting a lot of activators, enablers, right? And they have 2 of them on their side. One is going to be Long's Lee Sin, and the other is going to be the Gragas. So we'll see. We'll go about this one. This is an exciting time to watch Wild Rift because it's the Yasuo.
Been a long time since we've seen a Yasuo. Unrun 9 used this Yasuo, and I believe they failed miserably during the time that they used it on KBG. But I hope this one on Nova Esports would be way better for Neon.
Yeah. What would it? How would it? I mean, I'm trying to grasp her words here, but what I'm trying to say is, what if Neon selected Yasuo as his Nova skin choice? Like, isn't that going to be more epic? Because we all know how crazy people are.
I mean, it's the what do you call it? I can't find the word. It's the best strategy because people would dig a Yasuo.
Exactly. Right. So
it's the what do you call that?
If they're ever getting commissions from all the skins, then one way to rake in the money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm finding the word. of the one that can rake in more money for them.
A fan favorite that would be heavily invested by all those loyalists, and we have Yasuo as one of those champions that has been awarded by a lot of games for the obvious reason. But anyway, let's go back to the game here. One way that Nova has tried to mitigate the advantage in the mid lane was by using the Senna play immediately to help out Neon.
He used this before?
Yeah, he did.
When was that?
We were casting that, bro. Like, remember when it was also the Lee Sin by Long, in where the activator was also the Lee Sin, and there was at one point that he tried to be the activator, but his damage was too much, and he ended up assassinating the target. And I called it a misplay because, you remember now? You remember now?
Yeah, I remember now. All right.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a good track record then. I mean, based on
I have good League of Legends memory. Outside of League of Legends, not so much.
I mean, that's good. That's good. But again, for everybody right here watching, we have a Yasuo for everybody. This is a good start for the game. 2 marksmen on the side of FPX. So this is a really nice touch. But going at it again, the reason why they picked up the Yasuo here is that they didn't really have a lot of other options. Yes, they have the Garen, but Garen's a boring option. That's why Nova Esports.
Garen against Lucian? Yeah. That's much like saying,
he's gonna lose.
For sure, like the laning phase is going to be abysmal at best, right? But with the Yasuo, you're right. Like this double marksman, one way to get into the backline is by having that explosive cask thrown at the marksman, and just have that easy activator. Last breath to the backline, easy wind wall, and a lot of things working for Yasuo.
Yeah, and considering that they also have 2 that could put out there, even the Chain of Corruption would be really hard to land whenever you have a Yasuo on the other team. So that's one important thing down. So that's one of the advantages of the Yasuo. Yes, we're definitely saying that a wind ball from the Yasuo is great, but it's almost always situational in where he can find value out of that wind ball.
And the skills matchup on the top side is starting to become in the favor of the Riven. It's not really skills matchup. It's almost always going to be Riven favorite, especially if the Riven can actually have access to the Ignite, which he has right now. Because that Ignite would allow him to negate a lot of sustain coming from Gita's Fiora. So this is definitely a better showing rather than the target dummy Wukong that we saw from her.
Now KF16 gonna go in, does have the season assist, would be able to get it, and that's Yami surviving after all of that, and he still gets it in the end.
He was a couple of Timos away, but the prize really is this tower.
Yep, Neon is here too. Body slam gonna be there. The timing was just right. Perfect. What? No. That was too long. That knockup was too long.
Exactly. What? Someone has to check the phones. What happened? No, Exactly, it was definitely at the last second. It was definitely the max timing, right, possible for that knockup, because that was just the body slam. Body slam knockup doesn't last that long because there is also that stun that comes after that. So it kind of surprised me and you in the process. But if you are Nova, you would take that.
Yeah. I was waiting for the indicator in the bottom to actually disappear, but it took too long. And now, with that, let's take a look at this replay. I want to see that again.
Yeah, again, better the thing.
Look at that!
No way! No way! He was already standing.
Yeah.
For a good 0.5 seconds. I think that has to be checked one way or another because that definitely did not. That wasn't definitely an airborne.
Oh, no, Chain of Corruption missed. And now Nova Esports has a chance for this next objective because Remake is alive, Chain of Corruption is down, and now SkyFL is going to be the next one. That was the perfect timing of that combo, and they still have the resonating kick. And Nova Esports took 2 down. Now they have Cease and Desist. They're still going to go for Remake. Flashes away. No. Explosive Cap to save this life. Nova Esports is going to be saving that. 5 members are here. And that's going to be it. Yitze does have the Grand Challenge on there. That's Infernal Drake for free on Nova.
No kills whatsoever for the side of Nova, but yes, the bigger prize is this Infernal Dragon. Let me check that. They were able to get a kill on the bot lane though. QF16 and the rest of the gang of FPX is now trying to secure this Herald.
Gonna go in, 2k HP, might be able to go for the seal, but still QF16 secures it.
Okay. Again, let's just go back and try to dial back a bit in what is happening in this game. Again, it started with the most unexpected first blood off of that body slam that made Airborne last a second longer. It's not something that we expected. Those are the plays that you would clip, right? And then you would send over to Riot Devs like, what's this?
Is this true? 0.1 second he was still able to get a last breath.
I have a plan. I have a plan. And that is to post it on Reddit.
And let the Yasuo mains think about it. Is this supposed to happen?
Exactly. Is this how it's intended to happen? Because that definitely doesn't look like that.
Yasuo mains be like, oh yeah, that's how it's intended.
Sure. Like with every advantage that they can get, they would.
Yeah, top try though. Another knock up. Nian might get another kill, but Fadu was able to flash away.
So smooth, so crisp with that play, right? Just wall hop is what we call it. Now, FPX was able to get 2 towers as their prize, which is a huge advantage for them. Nova hasn't been able to secure anything for themselves, and that just goes to show that the laning phase of FPX is definitely better than Nova.
They don't have great siege with this composition. That's why they're struggling to go for pushes. And even the top side might be a struggle for them. So they're not going to be able to take this tower down. And maybe later on the second objective, that is when they start. Once they get bigger and bigger advantages, because right now it's still at 0.3k gold. Very minuscule.
And now FPX just has a bigger playground to work around with. Like, you see here, Fado, just because that there are 2 towers gone to the side of Nova, he's now able to enjoy himself here, be the bigger player that could make a play from darkness, right? Also be able to plant some vision here and there.
Now they know that they're going to go top side. 5 people are here, and FPX just looking to take some resources because the mid lane has been taken over. And this is the advantage. Look at them just freely roaming around their jungle.
Exactly. With Nova hesitating to really make plays, oftentimes we see Long Lee Sin be the culprit of all this dominant early game advantages. But
they got vision, cease and desist. They do have another death charge. That's going to be one down, exhausted even. Remake is going to go for the flash, but it's not going to help you because FPX is here.
It's just a lot easier for FPX to coordinate their combo.
Easy to execute.
Long range engage option from the Vi, from the Nautilus, and finally something positive for the side of Nova. They need this. They definitely need this because if they don't break open towers of FPX, it will just be a lot harder for Nova to control. the map of Wild Rift right now. I mean, they're struggling. It shows, and that just goes to show that the one way to control the game of Wild Rift is by getting those towers, because you will have easier access to the jungle, plan those vision, and read the movements and rotation of the opposing side.
Yep. And once you get easier execution too, that's what FPX has been doing in order for them to chase this gold gap. That's good. 14 seconds of the clock, and now Neon is gonna be thinking twice before he picks up the last breath, because he can get shut down by 3 people because their ultimates are targeted.
Yeah. The win lane win game, win condition for FPX, translating
Wait
into picks.
They're not gonna expect this. There's 5 people here, and this is the squad. Stays this with a windfall. They're gonna be stopped on their tracks. They have the chain of corruption. Was able to hold down. That's a great flash from Fado. He was able to get it, but Neon still is gonna go in front of everybody. That's a lot of damage onto him, and still 3 people are down. And Yita is gonna be trying to go for a 13. They don't have as much, but they can still survive. They have remake. They have the sustain. Nova Esports might want to take this even without any smites. As long as that piercing arrow doesn't hit, it's time for Yita to go in. Repause to stop them from going for more. Yami is looking for a body slam, but it's like Yitze is waiting for them. They have the red buff. They can chase him down. There's still a lot to go for Nova, and they still take the Rift Herald in the end.
Definitely not something that I expected. I thought that is definitely a win for FPX because both their marksmen were alive and ready to pounce. But looking at this play once again, very good combination of the Senna's misplay, of course the engage potential of a Gragas. No better way to engage other than explosive casket. QF16 died in the process here. It was so good for Nova, but FPX, with both their marksmen alive, they were still able to deal enough damage to kill 2 members of Nova, but in the end, Nova was able to get the objective.
Yeah, got the Rift Herald. Now they can help push mid lane. Chao was able to get no dredge line, and the wall was hit. Now FPX would have a chance here, another hallowed misplay. This is going to be them surprising members right now. Explosive gas would get onto Chao. They have the cease and desist. They're going in for the tank. He does not have any stasis. And the chase of corruption would be able to hit on Neon. And Remake is going to be the next target. Dredge line won't be able to hit. And they are going for this objective without any problems. They have the vision. They know where Long is. But they can still go for the steal. With Long try, he's not going to try.
No. They have to surrender this, and now Yitze wisely at least take something out of nothing and would be able to break down the tower in the mid lane. Could he escape from this collapse though? That's the question. Pincer movement altogether from FPX.
Oh! Here comes QF16. Doesn't have any ultimates.
He survives.
Can't really follow through. Great use of the Grand Challenge. He just run away.
Right, exactly. Just pop the movement speed boost. Again, Nova. As much as I want to, I mean, the contrast between those 2 plays that was made by Yami earlier during that Rift Herald fight was good, but on that Dragon fight, it was questionable at best, and that's the coin flip that happens, right? Whenever you have that engage option for you. Sometimes it will be a lot harder.
Oh, what a great kick. And Fado was still able to survive that? That's not in the damage from the side of Nova. And this is going to be the struggle right here. Weren't able to get the kill on Fado again. Valor is enough to save his life.
Unlucky if you are Nova, that was the perfect setup, right? Dragon's Rage into the last breath. But the longer this game goes, the scarier that combo will be for Nova Esports. One thing I wanted to take note as well is that this is a game in where both these teams have abandoned the mages. No AP champions except for the Nautilus and the Gragas, which is definitely just going to be built tanky, right? So, because at one point I was looking at the inventory of Nova Esports, and all of them were using plated steel caps, and for good reason. Why do you go for the magic resistance boots? There's really no reason for you to do so.
I mean, even for the tenacity, it's not going to be that helpful because most of the the CCs are knockups, and the tenacity is not going to help you out there. And Nova Esports also, even with this, they would still want to wait it out because, you know, we all know the scaling power of the Yasuo. And we're still waiting for Neon to get that 3-item power spike here. Oh, he has almost the 3 crits on his side. QF16 goes in, but he's not going to cease and desist.
I think that's going to be the Divine Thunder as his next item buy though, right? If we're talking about Neon, because it just makes a lot more sense, right? by having that Divine Thunder, that extra sustain, extra HP to your side. And it is also good against the Riven, against the Nautilus, and Vice. So, the perfect item buy for the Yasuo. Now, I just would like to also re-emphasize on one thing. Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of armor boots. We all know that. But the gold influx, the resources, is now being reinvested too long. So that's something... at least we're back to the normal Wild Rift thing where long is taking a lot of resources. Right?
Yeah. Even in the Lee Sin, right? He's still getting a lot of gold himself. 11k gold on the board. And he's just matching this Vi for QF16 just for them to both have the same amount of gold. But one play could actually just change things. SkyFL, that was really scary. If he had the last breath there, Explosive Castle ready, they want to go for QF16. Stasis has been popped already. Needs to flash away, but there's still a lot of things going for them. Yinse is going to go for the target. He still went in for it, and that's going to be it. That's a lot of damage going for Nova. They don't need Evan anything. They still have their marksman, so this is going to be still scary. Windfall to stop them from pushing in. And FPX, that's a great hook, and that's a great route right there with them going in. Still have a lot of damage. SkyFL might be scary because all of the members are low HP. Still have it. Windball is still at the ready for Nova. Neon can still use it on this next battle. They still have the minions and they can go in, uses the Windball, tries to play it safe, and just run away.
Yeah, okay. Alright, that still is some minions taking down the tower on the top lane, so it ended up a win for FPX. There's a problem though.
It's gonna go in, and Neon is not up in the air. He would have the Windball. He can go for this. He has to sustain, but Chao still survives. He had the damage. He had the shield. SkyFL still goes in. You have Remake to get the slow in, and he is making this game hard for Nova.
That's the most exciting chase I've seen today, Dash. The long and drawn-out team fight in where Chao's Dredge line went on cooldown. Two Dredge lines, sorry, depth charge. Two depth charge in one clash alone is the picture that I saw in that team fight. If it will ever have a replay, that's definitely going to be a long one. And speaking of Long, now Long has access to 3 items already. He's now becoming a threat. Like, the marksman has to be careful because this Lee Sin is a different breed. He would be finding those plays to assassinate those marksmen.
Yep. Now with Nova having a hard time making use even of the Dragon's Rage because they need to get a really big one so that Neon would be able to get a great last breath. Mountain Drake is going to be the target, and they are setting up Vision. They have already set up Vision inside of FPX.
Guy has to be careful. Oh, that's too close for comfort.
Oh, they use this flash for the perfect broken wings, and that is going to be enough for them to win this Dragon's Rage. The knockoff last breath right there that shuts down Sky, and this would be a good counter engage from Nova Esports, and that turns out to be their win. 3-for-1 for Nova.
Now you win, now you don't, says Nova Esports. What a kick by Long, and the follow-through of all the members of Nova Esports was enough to get another objective win for themselves. And now this dragon is being started by FPX.
Yeah, they don't have anything. They can't go for this. FPX would have a problem here, everybody. Nova Esports could take this pretty easily. Two Drakes on their side. That's going to be enough for Nova.
Easy picking by Nova Esports. Again, I thought that was already the perfect engage possible from Fado, right? With the broken wing knocking up 4 people in the process. Imagine if there was a Yasuo to follow through for that, right?
Oh, yeah. Look at that, though.
Oh, exactly. 4 people stunned, 4 people knocked up. But I guess it has something to do with the wind wall. A13 was not able to follow through because the wind wall was in the way of all the arrows, of all the damage possible. Yasuo MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why you picked Yasuo.
No, it's not. It's not supposed to be that way. But everybody, again, here comes Yami. Let's have the wind ball. They have the shadow in order for them to get some armor. They're not using the last breath just yet. They still have the chain of corruption. They go for Neon. Too aggressive border take. SkyFL is going to be his target. The damage is going to be there.
1 HP.
Long survives for a bit. But they have some healing, but they were too overbearing the side of Nova Esports there. But look at that, Yinse. Look at the damage from him. The Grand Challenge would be enough for Boss. Won't be able to hit.
Mistimed.
Almost gets the kill with a wind slash.
Oh!
The flash in! And I think Yinse can end this, though. He can end this if he wants to. That's
okay!
What?
Yinse! The Fiora has had enough time. And has just
That's underwhelming.
time to end this. Time said, it still is one of those things that, you know, we kind of anticipated though. Like, we were already spoiled with a lot of good plays by both these teams, and it's just quite fitting that we will end with a solo kill using the S1 flash into 4 cannon minions. Buffed up. There you go. Nova Esports.
Honestly, all I can say was that I did not expect that to be ended like that. It was super. I thought they could back away after that fight, but because of that flash, that was an underwhelming. I thought they're gonna go for one more big fight. I was expecting it after that one, but great play from Yitse again.
They're donning the purple, not really maroon. So no more big fight for you, Dash. So okay. Anyway, so that is basically 2-0 in the favor of Nova Esports. Valiant effort though overall for FPX, right? Like, they really fought tooth and nail in this particular series, and this is also a good eye-opener that they are so much ready to face better competition. It just so happened that they just have to fix 1-2 bits of their plays, because in terms of being able to engage on their opponent in the perfect timing possible, we saw glimpses there, right? That 4-man knockup, 4-man stun. You cannot ask for any better engage from Fado.
Yeah, and this is always the case. Whenever Nova Esports uses the Yasuo, Neon doesn't really have that much damage because he's just a last breath buff whenever it comes down to the games. And the wind ball from this man was perfect. That's the reason why Sky was forced to get close, and that's why he was punished, because of that one wind ball play. I hope we get the highlights of that on the next one though, because that was a big wind ball.
It's the most. It's I believe it. You know, we have had a lot of calls saying that this is $1 million, this $1 million, that. Definitely is has some value in it. That is the most value that you can get from a wind ball, right? Because that engage was almost picture perfect had it been that wind wall was not in the way of all those damage that could be dealt by the marksman. I was feeling for A13 because that's also the same experience that we have facing against the Yasuo, right? We want to dish out damage, but we have to move at a certain angle to penetrate.
Yeah, and that's why he was left alone when Fado went in. He was left alone, no damages coming through. They used both of their ultimates. Unfortunate that the wind wall was there, and they weren't able to continue. And what I was surprised of is he was able to do it. He was able to pop off the wind wall after that surprising engage. The key burst combo wasn't there. That's why he was able to pull through with the wind wall, and that might have been a bit too late, just a millisecond too late. And that was enough for Nova to win. And those are one of the best fights that we've seen. But now, let's take a look at today's results. 2-0 all over the board.
Exactly. The Sunday special is has been on the stretch
we are
for
blessed
2 weeks now.
with 2 zeros.
Except for that one weekend, right? I think that's because of Viet, not because of us. But anyway, the standings for China, KBG still sits atop the standings. Number 1 KBG, number 2 J Team. Both these teams participated in matches today, and they won convincingly.
Yeah, now with KBG already at the top, I think at this point we can say off the list that KBG is gonna be there for long until J Team fights them. It's gonna be a hard-fought battle for J Team for sure, but KBG, they cemented themselves already at the top. But APAC is just unfortunate that KT.RY lost twice already, 2 straight against the Chinese teams, and they got a great win against EDG, but I think they're not stopping. They're not gonna be stopping from there.
Just as long as they win against APAC teams, and they're in a good position to secure that playoffs berth, right? And all these teams are eyeing that top 4 position in order for them to get qualified for the playoffs. And we're looking at the matches that will happen on Wednesday, and we have Team Flash. So the resurgence of APAC teams, the APAC teams would now be joining again. Wild Rift League Asia, Team Flash will be going against Trace Esports, J Team will be going against FPX, KBG gets a taste of Buriram United.
Ooh, William United with KBG. This is gonna be an interesting matchup though, because we've seen for this with that was honestly a really perfect day for us. It's a 2-0 all over the board. It was honestly not easy match. Last match was super close. I thought FPX could snag a win against Nova there. Any last messages, Autolus?
GG, well played. I'll see you on the other stream.
Yeah, I'll see you everybody on the next stream. And also thank you very much for everybody for tuning in for our Sunday special. The regulars are gonna be here every Sunday, so I hope you guys tune in next week for more Wild Rift action. Stay hydrated. Thank you very much to our sponsors, VNG, WRL Asia, Riot Games, and Coca-Cola. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. See you guys next week for more Wild Rift action.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.